Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. Well, you were staring at the window, and I said I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
My nights are empty, missing you every day. I wish that you'd come back to me. It was every weekend, bringing me nothing but joy. I need to get my life on track.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
Recharged, all in for spring split. Euphoria, I can start to feel it. It's time, at least he's gonna give me what I want. I wanna watch PGL and Ready Check 2. I wanna vote on Twitter and talk about who threw. I wanna flame on Reddit and tweet how I always knew.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
Now here comes the new year, new teams and players too. Now here comes the new year, lost some but that's alright. Now here comes the new year, we're getting ready for a long fight.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back in my life. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back tonight.
Heavy is the head that the crown sits soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown sits soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah.
Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head, that crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Shoes are meant to break, but the crowd is full. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Shaking on my leg, walking down this road. I'm late, getting the same, ain't no debate. Cause shoes are meant to break, but the crowd is full.
Echoes from beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me for I again we wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name, a whisper of the souls who never leave me. Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Ha. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby, don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Tronic all about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't wanna see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take us serious, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need a little something from me. You got spirit, baby, you got heart. Hands are bad, but we can fix that part. Time for you to know what you could be. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Push through the pain, you can go all night. Breaking limits, set the world alight. On the verge of greatness, it's time to lead. They'll feel your name when it's up in lights. You'll know your worth when you win the fight. Tell the world you won't go quietly. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Ignite the competition. Rise above the pain. Rock solid, your conviction. We're here to win. We're here to win the game. Push through it, cleanse through it. We're here to win. We're here to win. Push through it, cleanse through it. We're here to win the game. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Ignite the competition. Rise above the pain. Rock solid, your conviction. We're here to win. We're here to win the game. Push through it, cleanse through it.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Red Bull gives you wings.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Or will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind.
Welcome everybody to the Riot Games Arena for the finals weekend here in LEC Spring. 3 teams left. G2 is waiting in the final spot, while today, Movistar Koi, we just saw the fans right here, will battle against KC in the hope of making finals and also snatch the last tickets for MSI. I'm Laure, and I will be joined today by Finn and Odoamne. Top lane guys, how are you guys doing?
I'm feeling fantastic.
Yeah, you look great.
I want to bless the riders for this season, because I can't believe we're getting this matchup again, because it always bangs.
It's always the same MKOI versus KC. It's always such a grudge match, and I'm super excited to see what's going to happen today.
And it's kind of interesting to see that things are unfolding the same way they were in LEC versus. Actually, when you look at the playoffs brackets and how things went, GX making top 4 yet again, but it was not just enough for them to go further as KC advanced last week. And it's the same top 3, same history, but different a bit. How do we feel this time around?
I mean, a little bit different. Maybe the Vitality crash out wasn't quite like in Versus, but otherwise it's looking quite similar. But as you see here, the top 4, but especially the top 3, you see MKOI, G2, KC. Time and time again, these teams have proven that they are our top teams.
And above all that, the question still remains, who is going to win? Because we've seen it already for the last 2 years. It's always MKOI, KC, and G2, but every time just a little bit different. Every time there's just a team that will rise above all the other ones on the day and just prove to everyone that they do deserve to be the LEC.
And it's interesting to see that we set that up at the beginning of the year, the fact that some teams chose consistency in their rosters. KC went for the rebuild. How has that panned out so far for the 2 teams we have who stayed together, G2 and MKOI, and KC who rebuilt?
I mean, it definitely seems to go in the favor of keeping the roster together. Not just G2 and MKOI, but also
GX as well.
Also GX kept their team together, and this have been our solid top 4 now in all of Versus and Spring. Only KC making the choice, so I think it's maybe a trend we'll see going forward, and more teams will make few roster changes.
Okay, listen, KC made roster changes. They're still here. That doesn't mean that, as you guys said, it's always about keeping the roster together, but if you have issues that cannot be fixed and the solution is roster change, you have to do it. It's just props to all of these 4 teams because they properly have identified, because all 4 of them so far have solidified themselves, especially with GX earlier this year. They show that they are the clear top 4 because they make good decisions to make the best out of their rosters.
Talking a bit about KC, because as we said, they're the teams who replace players, mid lane and support were 2 of the key roles that they chose to upgrade here. How do we rate the improvements?
So
3 months, 6 months into the year right now.
It's been so long already.
Yeah, it's been so long.
It's been crazy. So I think to me the clear standout is Busio. I think he has just shined on this KC roster. He looks so fantastic. Now to me, Yehu was the question mark, but I think he's kind of growing in. He has some really good moments still. I think we can see more from him, but still really nice changes, I think, from KC.
Yehu is a little bit of an X factor right now because you don't really know what you're going to get from him. I really like that you brought up Busio because so far he has solidified KC into being a top team because it feels like he's unleashed on the map and he's just bringing out the best out of every single one on the team.
And a couple of words on KC, not KC, on MKOI and on G2. Sticking together means that you think you can achieve more together? Do we feel like that's what they did?
I mean, I just think if the roster changes don't make sense, like unless there's a clear, like perfect, like a super player that you can get, I don't think there was that kind of situation for either for G2 or MKOI. I think they were really happy with the rosters, just wanted to build on what they had, and I think it's really working.
And I really like the attitude that MKOI had for throughout of this year, because you have seen many times from LEOI and everyone there, they say this is probably the best roster, the best version of this roster, and this is the time for them to make a deep run into the LEC, hopefully make Worlds and also make a deep run at Worlds because they feel like this is the best that they can get.
And for G2, they're sitting in the final spot yet again. And before we get into today's matchup, let's see how they're doing in the gaming house and waiting for today's victor, currently preparing.
Hello everyone, while K-Corp and MKOI are about to fight each other, G2 is currently chilling from their facility. Exclusive interview from our top laner, Broken Blade. Habibi, what are you doing on the day before a final?
The day before final, I will do what I do every day. Practice, 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 practice. Because practice makes perfect. I think it's the same. And then I'll watch the games, analyze a little bit the games, chit-chat a little bit with my teammates, a little bit more with the jungler because we are connected in the game a lot because he sometimes helps me. Sometimes the guy who's all the way in the back, support also.
That makes sense. Thank you very much. Stewmont, how are you feeling today? What's your usual plan before a final?
Playing League of Legends.
That's pretty cool. Do you focus on something specific to get ready for tomorrow?
Playing League of Legends.
All right, nice. And overall, who you think is gonna win today?
Whoever plays better League of Legends.
Thank you very much. Amazing interview. Rasmus Winter on the mid lane. How do you prepare for a final, even if for you it's like final number 17 or 20?
Usually we do some scrims.
What's the scrim?
Well, I can't read that, but maybe you'll see after the split on
Alright.
the Romain board.
Because the big question in who are you screaming, because the LEC team are eliminated or playing today, so it's probably EL. We don't know that. Hans Mama with a nice smile. How do you prepare for a final?
How do I prepare for a final? Like the usual, just screaming, watching some votes of I guess who we're gonna play against. Try to learn something and yeah, being ready mentally, so having good night of sleep is important.
Nice. Thank you very much. Monsieur Paputsakis, last but not least, how do you get ready for tomorrow?
The usual stuff. I'm playing Sudoku, staying hydrated, and yeah, watching our enemies we're gonna face and prepare accordingly.
I mean, it's always nice to hear from G2. I mean, they just have everything, right? They have great mechanics, great laning. But the only thing they don't have are maybe hairbrushes.
Yeah.
Watching that.
I really
You
love
gotta have a good hair day every day, okay?
if you notice, their setup is exactly the same as the
Yeah.
LEC stage. It's pretty much the same height, the same height of the table, as well as just as wide. And also Hans Sama in the jersey preparing for the finals. That was really funny to see.
But it feels like they're not even, I don't want to say they're not preparing, but like they're so used to it. It's just business as usual. It's just another Saturday for G2. When on the other side, the two teams that we see behind us, they are going to have to fight to make it there. Again, at the end of the road, the chance to hoist the trophy again, or at least get the chance to play against G2 and one MSI tickets. And guys, KC MKOI has to be becoming one of the most hype rivalries we have in Europe right now.
I mean, I think these matchups always go to 5 games even, and they're always so banging because it feels like none of these teams want to give up anything, and they're always looking to almost humiliate their opponents. They just want to go and push them so hard as they can, and that's when they kind of get sloppy, but it also creates some great games.
Exactly. We've seen it time and time again that has been on the side of KC. They have been consistently beating. There was a series last year, or a period of time last year, where MKOI was getting the best of them, but that's honestly super exciting because when you have these two teams backed up by such incredible fan bases and you get to display this rivalry between the two fan bases, it just further fuels up this matchup for me. It just makes me so much more excited.
And that's what's really interesting between these two teams. Is like, even when you have G2 waiting in the final spot, even when we've been used to seeing G2 win, this rivalry is so hyped, not only because these two teams are really strong, but also because of what the fans are able to provide time and time again. And when I think of Madrid last time especially, it was not only about the fans, it was not only about the players, it was about the CEO and the show they put on online and offline as well, and Shox actually caught up with both of them, Ibai and Kameto, so let's check it out.
It's about that time, MKOI versus KC, and I've got Ibai here. Yes, he's in the house. And the first thing I gotta know, Ibai, is how is the atmosphere between yourself and Kameto?
Bueno, es una rivalidad bonita, ¿no? Tengo que tener un poco de cuidado con lo que digo porque hay muchas multas en Riot. Entonces, bueno, yo lo vivo con mucha pasión. Creo que para la gente es muy divertida la rivalidad que tenemos y espero que se lo pasen bien.
It's a great rivalry. We love it. We're careful a little bit what we say because you all know, but there's a lot of passion there, so we do. So there are so many KOI fans here today. I don't think I've ever seen that many MKOI fans in the studio. Do you have a message for them?
Que muchas gracias por venir, que muchas gracias por estar aquí en Berlín, que sé que hacéis mucho esfuerzo económico y de tiempo, os lo agradezco mucho. Estoy seguro de que vamos a ganar, lo vamos a disfrutar y vamos a estar mañana en la final contra G2, así que vamos a por ello.
Muchas gracias a ti. Buena suerte. Ibai is saying that it's going to be a great match. They're going to win today and they're going to win tomorrow. So we have to go to the other side. And here we have the lovely Kameto. Bonjour, comment ça va?
Hey, salut, ça va?
Est-ce qu'on peut faire l'interview en français ou en anglais pour toi? Anglais, ok, parfait. Donc Ibai was right there. And I asked him how things were going. You know, how the rivalry is going, how it's going between you guys. Do you have some more info?
I think it's going well. It's hot. Yeah, it's hot, but it's okay. It's just banter and esport, and sometimes it gets a little heated on the social medias, but it's just a game after all.
It is just a game. Now, there are many KOI fans here. There's not that many KC fans today, but they do need your support, and I know the boys will be looking towards you as well. Do you have a message for all of the fans watching from home for this super important match?
Last year we lost at this exact same point against the exact same team, and this year we have a new team. It started bad in the playoffs, and I know everyone will be cheering and they will be screaming as if they were in the arena. So let's go, guys.
Let's go. Thank you. A match for the ages, for a spot at MSI and for a spot in the grand final tomorrow. KC versus MKOI.
Absolutely love to hear from both those incredible personalities. KC and MKOI, no doubt in my mind, has quickly become the most heated rivalry in LEC history. 33 games already these teams have placed against each other, trading top placements left and right. Now, when we look at the final score, it is leaning very heavily KC favored. Sorry, Las Carpas. But I want to kind of give you the more optimistic perspective. The side of this that is, when we look at best of 5 specifically, it's 5 games every time, and it's 2-1 in favor of MKOI. Silver scrapes each and every time they've matched up. And every time in that game 5, it is pivotal choices, it is small moments, it is unique champions that bring home the win for each side. Let's go back through them. The first best of 5 these two teams played, round 1 of 2025's spring playoffs. It was an absolute nail-biter. What was clutch here? Elyoya on the Poppy and the team discipline of MKOI. I want you to look back on this. Yike tries to get in the pit as the Wukong. They're not going to stop him from getting in the pit. But what does everyone do? For the first time in League of Legends history, everyone pulls their hands off the keyboard. The perfect decision. They turn. They kill Yike. They deny any chance of that Baron being stolen away. And that discipline in a clutch moment to stop, to let all that adrenaline running through your veins not affect you, to stop DPSing, to ensure that you get the Purple Worm is massive. The second time they met that spring also goes to MKOI because they bet it all on Supa. Now, his Jinx, maybe not the most conventional standard meta pick, but they put their faith in him and in scaling to bring it back, funneling all the gold, all of the kills into this man that you see on your screen. 12, 1, and 4, 94% kill participation. Nobody died on the Rift without seeing this man in front of them. Lastly, however, things started to shift. LEC versus, it was just a few months ago, the last time we saw these two teams take it to a Game 5. This time, it was KC who brought home the victory. Again, on the back of a pretty unique pick. Kalist and Busio, a duo we've been so excited to see, bringing out Kalista Renata. Important note, we all know Kalista Renata. It was unplayable in this meta. If you were not in the LCK, literally no one played this. The only other time we saw it in Versus, it was Fleshy and Carzzy, and they fed out of their minds. But this duo single-handedly dismounted MKOI's bottom lane, took complete control, shutting out Alvaro and Supa, and showing the world that the new KC, the 2026 KC, wouldn't fall short in the final moments the way that they had in both the series in 2025. But it's a new split, and it's a new story. So the question I think on all of our minds is, what does this mean? Where does that bring us to today? And the kind of hard truth is, any one of the 10 players that we see on stage today can bring this home, can carry that crucial game, can be clutch in that final moment. They're also just as likely to throw it away. So I brought in the best, Laura's brought in the best, and they're going to answer that question, because I frankly have no idea.
And it's always interesting to see, thank you, Dracos, but like in moments like this, things can really go in either way. It comes down to last-minute adjustments. It comes down to the trust you have within each other, and it comes down to very specific game moments. So guys, you guys have been used to fighting for the same spot in the LEC. Now I want you to fight for different teams. So Who's taking who today?
Okay.
Are you going to defend?
I mean, you know I'm defending MKOI.
You're defending MKOI,
I
you're
always
defending
believe in
KC.
MKOI.
What are we looking at here, game-wise? What is going to make the difference?
So when it comes to this stage of playoffs, when you're so deep into a run and you want to win the title, there's three things that it comes down for every single team. It's game sense, clutch factor, and above all, I think it's ego.
I mean, I agree, honestly, with all those points. And I kind of want to start at game sense. Now, what is game sense? To me, game sense is the decisions you take in game, like the overall decision-making you have, whether that's going for barons, for fights. And I want to talk a little bit about MKOI's game sense, because in our league, we have learned that gold leads don't matter, Odamne.
Okay.
Side laning doesn't matter, Odamne.
But
what does matter? Team fight selection.
Okay.
And I think MKOI is the best team fight selecting team in our league. And I want to show you exactly why. Because we have this play, or even the voice comms of Elyoya setting up the teams for success. And I really want to show it to you. And I really want you to focus on the communication from Elyoya. Listen to how simple it is and how there's no room for confusion when he talks.
Okay.
They will come.
Yeah, but force them.
Don't let them take this flank.
We know how to do it. Don't talk. Okay, just talk. Call when we are going.
I'm gonna be banana, okay?
Nashor is 8k.
I'm gonna stop the Syntha, you can finish.
You guys wanna finish?
Nashor is 5k, we finish.
Can you ult anyways? Can you ult? Can you ult?
I'm going now deep.
I'm going under
I'm
back
going on MF. MF, I didn't hit, okay? But it's still.
MF.
Look behind, guys, rise.
Oh!
I hit those.
Greg has no flash, we can end, they have no way.
So, notice how there was no talk about angles, there was no talk about flanks, because all the 5 players have such deep understanding of where to be when the fight starts.
Okay.
All they have to do is press the Nocturne ult and they go.
Okay, Finn, I've heard enough, but let me ask you this, Finn. How many times in your career were you in a situation where you just freeze, where you feel like there is one thing, just one thing that goes wrong, and it throws your game plan out the window? It just makes your next decision almost impossible to take. Surely, must have been a couple of times, right?
Question here.
Now and then, maybe.
Okay, maybe for you more than for me. But you know, there is one team where that just doesn't happen, and it's KC. When it comes to KC, they found themselves often in this situation where it comes down to clutch factor, where the ability to just make the best out of a bad situation, where it's just all about instinct and adaptability. So let's bring out that replay, and let's pause it at the beginning so we give you a little bit more context. So, Finn, GX is going to TP with an Olaf in here. The Olaf, he's going to bring a lot of chaos to the team, right?
Yeah, that's a scary Viking.
Would you say that when Olaf is running at your whole team, do you have any sort of moment where you can just be clear and communicate about what you should be doing as a team?
Maybe blood pressure spiking?
Yeah, I would say so as well. So let's roll the clip now. Olaf is TPing in. He's about to murder everyone, but look at KC. Everyone is just splitting apart. Everyone knows his role to the absolute limit. And all of a sudden, a situation that was so incredibly hard to go through, it came down to just the individual capability of all of these players to be clutch. Everyone did their job incredibly well. They picked the one decision that they needed to do, because realistically, when it comes to a playoff series, what I value the most out of any team is not the ability to set up a play, but how they react to a play when it goes bad.
All right, so 1 point here, 1 point there. I believe the last point you guys had ego, and I have questions about this, because whenever we hear about players' ego, I feel like it's a negative thing. So what do you guys mean by this?
Okay, so what I think about ego is this. It always comes down as a negative. People say, oh, a player has ego. But for me, when it comes to these teams, to elite teams, what ego means is this insane confidence in yourself. The confidence that when the series goes bad or the game goes wrong, you have this incredible trust in yourself to be clutch and to have that game sense. So if you bring me this, what happened last time KC played MKOI, Finn?
I mean, it was a banger series.
It was a banger series, but for the side of KC, the Kalista Renata came in. If there's one player who has incredible amounts of ego, it's Kalist. When it came down to that series, Game 5, he picks the Kalista, takes the game into his own hands. He doesn't really care about the team comp or anything. He said, pick me this champion. We're in Game 5. I'm about to storm these clowns and take that win.
Come on, Finn.
I mean, okay, you talk about ego, but do you know who they're up against? They're up against MKOI.
Okay.
Like, they have Supa. He said in his rookie split that he was better than Deft. If that's not ego, I don't know what is. I have some Supa clips here as well. When I look at MKOI, and especially Supa, he's so fearless. He always wants to go in, whether it's a 1v2 or 1v3. He believes in himself to go in for the angles that not a lot of other AD carries would.
Okay, he has that confidence, but Finn, I feel like you're just showing me a replay, but off the top of my head, this single split, I've seen this 2 or 3 times from Supa.
Like Kalist doesn't grief like that as well. Okay, calm down, Odo, okay? But there's also to me, the main difference maker today is going to be the fact that MKOI has a clear captain. Elyoya built his roster brick by brick, and to me, he's the person they look to when things get scary. Like when the game degenerates and becomes a mess, it is always Elyoya with his clear communication and his good fundamentals that brings the team together. You saw it in the clip earlier. He makes them to be a one-man unit. MKOI is not a split unit, but KC, I feel like, doesn't have that same kind of leadership.
And they don't need to. They don't need to. I don't even have a point. I just want to say while Finn is bringing this team up as this very strong team fighting team, where it's all about being together, still, KC is a team built of individuals. I feel like they're just all rising up to the occasion. They all have their clutch picks and their signature picks, and that's what it's going to come down. I feel like it's going to be an individual team who's more focused on mid-game versus whatever Finn has over there.
I mean, I think the most exciting thing about this game is what we said before. The fact that these teams don't just want to win. They want to humiliate each other. And that's why it's going to go the distance.
You know what? You guys made your point. Actually, have some convincing argument. I still don't know who's going to take it, but I do know that I want to hear from El Capitan himself, Elyoya, as Shox is standing by with him backstage.
I'm here with Elyoya ahead of, again, a gigantic clash versus KC for a spot at MSI. Elyoya, of course, I have to ask about what happened last time we saw you, and the fact that you weren't able to close out that match versus G2, and what has transpired since then?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was quite frustrating that day, because we felt like we had our MSI ticket already, but I guess we have to wait one more day to get it. So, yeah, I mean, it was frustrating, but since then we've learned a lot. I think right now we are not going to give away those winning situations as we did in the past. So we believe it's a good lesson.
Okay.
Even though it hurts.
It definitely is a lesson. Can you talk to me maybe a little bit about the team and the emotional maturity of the team in moments like that? Because there's been moments in the past where you've maybe lost games you weren't supposed to. Do you feel as a group you're reacting better, that you've made strides that way?
For sure. I think as a team, as a whole, we have improved so much. Honestly, we've gone through many tough situations. I think China, I think throughout the whole year, there have been some situations that are quite hard to deal. But honestly, I think it's in these moments in which the good teams respond well to them, and is when they grow the most. And I think we are one of them. So I'm quite confident coming into this weekend for both today and tomorrow. Yeah, definitely so. I would say if you look at the games you did win, up until that moment, you had shown fantastic growth. Now, are you going to be able to parlay it into KC? How do you see KC as an opponent right now? I know you have many clashes against them, but this is the time where it is actually most important to perform. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we believe it's a win or die situation today. So we know KC is a tough opponent. I know it's going to be a tough series, but I'm really confident we're going to come out on top. I think we are a better team, and we're going to prove it today. Okay. Some notes for the fans, because of course, again, this is one of those matches that the whole world seems to be watching. So yeah, I mean, for the fans, don't expect anything else than close games. I know I'm going to get on your nerves, on all of you. You're going to flame me and my team, but I know we're going to come out on top. So thank you there for supporting and cheering until the end. Nothing if not entertaining. Good luck. Thank you.
One thing for sure with this matchup is that it's always going to be close, and as it's often the case in League of Legends, it's often a jungle diff. And when I think about these two players, Elyoya, El Capitan, always here to rally his team, always here to make sure that things stay coherent in the MKOI collective. And on the side of Yike, I feel like he has been the late game guarantee, the late game clutch factor for KC this past month. I mean, in the beginning, I was talked about you as a captain. Now, the more I watched MKOI, because I think I watched every single MKOI game, the more I realize he's like a kindergarten teacher. He's the guy like pulling the kids back, like when Super wants to go into the side lane or Miri wants to pick his final champion, he's the guy on them, pulling them back and making sure everything stays in line. And I think that is so necessary for this MKOI team, because what they're not very good at is patience. But they're discipline. Good at,
discipline, patience, but they're so good at everything else that it doesn't matter.
Okay, that was it, but
what do you think it comes down to in cases like this, especially how can Yike be disruptive?
I mean, we saw it times and times again. When it comes down to Yike, I feel like he has really matured throughout this year. I feel like he's still kind of back to the G2 roots where he first came into the league. He's more about these selfish, individualistic picks. If there's one pick I'm looking at Yike that is quintessential Yike, is the Kha'Zix, because that's the pick where if he has confidence, he takes over the games. And that's not only about the Kazi, it's just about him as a style. The more of these champions and the more of these situations he finds himself into in the early and mid game, that's how he will take down MKOI.
And we know that last time they faced in a clutch series, it came down to this late series draft jungle picks. But someone I want to talk to here is a coach that used to stand on the other side, that used to be with MKOI last year, now with KC. Zeph is standing by with Sharks backstage.
Someone with a lot of skin in the game again today is Zeph, of course, part of the coaching staff for KC, but once upon a time in the coaching staff of MKOI. I don't think we actually talk that much about that on the English broadcast, but that's pretty insane. How do they react to you when they see you on stage? Like, do you still get a lot of tweets about it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of jokes even with KOI. Every time we meet each other, it's always fun to play against them. Recently, we've beat them a lot, but today is the most important match of the season for us right now. Obviously, there's going to be wars later, but right now it's most important. So for sure, going to be the most fun to watch, to play, and to experience, right?
Absolutely. How do you think, for the time that you've worked with the group, that they approach the biggest moments, right? Because these are often the matches where the stress is the highest. Do you feel, in comparison to when you started, that they, step onto the stage in a better way than before? How is their mentality?
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to stage and practice, they have a very different approach. I would say in Scrim, they don't give much information, and that's like what they try to get as an advantage, right? But obviously, I know them a little bit from experience. But we will see today what they brought for us. I think this morning, we saw BLG with some Skarner support. I hope Alvaro is pulling it out today, because I played a lot as well. It seems really fun to play, right?
Yeah, I've heard of your tales in solo queue and sometimes what you chat as well, but let's not get into that.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. In the podcast, Busio and Kalis talked a lot about tactics, like it was a new word. Tactics versus strategy, etc., like that. Obviously, I'm sure you've worked on tactics and strategy for a long time, but it was interesting to me that they name-dropped it so many times. Obviously, you can't talk about specific tactics, but has there been a change in approach or more of an emphasis on more of the things outside of a strategy, but in terms of smaller tactics?
I would say, I mean, we know KOI. I know KOI. I think I know how they want to play. So we know their habits and what they're most likely going to go for in terms of strategies. Obviously, they had a week of preparation, so that's going to be the new tactic, as you can say. They can try to surprise us.
Yep.
But if nothing much has changed, I think we're going to be in a good spot against them. I think their biggest surprise effect is the fact that they have 1 week of scrims where they can watch us and they get to play whatever they want. So we'll see what they prepare, right?
Okay, lovely. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
It's all tactics and strategies, but there's so much you can do, especially in stressful moments like this, when it's you, your screen, and the opponent in front of you, knowing what you fight for, because there's a lot going on between these two teams. It means so much for them. So I want to ask you guys, what is it going to come down to? Who can we trust to bring it for either team today?
So I believe that MKOI and LEC is going to win this in a 3-2. I think they're going to send Booster to vacation so you can enjoy playing his little teamfight tactics.
Okay, buddy, but how can you just do this to him? Because you know, Finn, you know that KC will be taking this. My prediction for KC versus MKOI is 3-1. The fact that they got their butt kicked by G2 is a privilege that you get in playoffs, because you get this revamp so that you can come into a series like the one today, fueled by so much passion by the fans and this level of excitement, and I just don't see anything else but the KC 3-1.
What matters more, the fact that KC won in Spain last time, or that MKOI won when it mattered last year and snatched that MSI ticket from them?
MKOI is currently 2-1 in best of fives. I think they have the more clutch gene.
Come on, you can't value just history like that. Look at recent history, 3-2. They got absolutely clobbered last time. They had no chance, and I don't feel like it's going to be anything different today, Finn.
And we saw what happened last year. The question is going to be, can they make it happen again this time? We see the smiles on their faces. Last year, MKOI was the one flying to MSI. How much is that going to matter to the fact that last time they faced off against each other, KC humiliated them in their home country, in their own arena in Spain. It is once again the biggest rivalry in Europe, MKOI versus KC, and it starts right now.
Spring split started slow because I think we came off very good from first end, so we took it a little bit too easy, and I think there was a nice reality check to have it this early in the split, so we understood like, hey, we actually need to earn it again, you know, and I think it shows very well. We are in the finals now, so I'm very happy.
That's what you're talking about! Oh my god! Let's go! Oh my god! Let's go! Oh, let's go!
I think we always show really strong in playoffs, so I don't really care about what others think. I know that in playoffs we're usually the best team.
Good. Diving shot, Cap scored again, almost one shot. There's the realm of Caps is dead again, just watch this. Jojo will put him in an internal prison of mid lane. Well, but MKOI found the mid lane goat and said, go to bed.
Last year we missed out on MSI and we went 5 games against KOI and we lost the 5th game. So we kind of want revenge this time. We want to beat them and we want to be the team to go to MSI.
Yeah, who will eyeball Mainter? Looks for his first kill of the game. He's going to ulti and after the blast gets knocked up.
KC, they had a good track record against us this year, but I think in spring playoffs, it's like last year. This is the most important time right now, besides Worlds, so I think we're going to show up. I think we're way more clutch than they are.
Broken Blade can't get the right target. Soul of Flare will take no one's life, and with a triple over to Super, Hans is tagged. Killer Instinct, he got the free flow through the fight. It's a full house of kills with an ace to MKOI and game 1 in the bag.
I think playing as MKOI is going to be very spicy. I feel like he always goes to a lot of games against them and they always non-stop fighting us, so for sure it's going to be a very hype game.
Flies under tower with the Flux Frost. Jackie's caught out in the eye of the storm. While an outplay masterclass. Walked into this at melee range. Yike gets in. And Noah goes down. We have KC versus the Spaniards for a battle of MSI.
I have so much more to improve and I have so much more I can show. So I don't even think this is half of what I can be.
I'm expecting G2 bowling to wake up.
LeBron Flux Equinox sent in by Skimon as well. They've got Jojo. Jojo's dead. Caps has stolen his ulti before he dies. Well, Meeman gets the ultimate. It's sent back by Caps. What a pick by G2.
Whoever comes our way in the finals, we will be waiting for them, analyzing them, and we'll be ready.
If you play well one day, you're like the best player. If you play bad one day, you're also the worst player. So I just understand that to change the narrative, we have to win, right? So just by winning.
We want to claim the spot this time. I think we deserve it.
Now it's your turn to bleed.
It's Europe's greatest new rivalry in another bout, in another best of 5, in another qualifying match. Once again, back-to-back in spring as KC and MKOI head into our Berlin studio. But I tell you one thing, the hearts right now, the fans, they ain't in Germany, they're in France, and they're in Spain.
It's going to be a banger, so much on the line. There is the rivalry, the spot for MSI, a rematch against G2. Both of these teams are hungry to prove themselves today, but only one will walk away the victor.
I'm just so excited. Like, I can't stop smiling. I feel like I haven't been this excited for an LEC best of 5 in a while. We've had so many exciting matches, but like, for the MSI spot, this matchup, I couldn't imagine a greater one because you both have like the team rivalry that we've seen. They've been so close. Both of these teams, it always goes to 5 games. And I can't imagine that it's not going to go to 5 games today.
Remember last spring, even when it was that MSI qualification where MKOI got to the finals and won against G2, it started with a 3-2 versus KC. We're talking about a recent rivalry as well as Spain on one side, on a big side really. And
definitely they're outnumbering them.
I think I was looking for the French fans. There's a few, but MKOI's very noisy today, as I've also heard. Both co-streamers are here today.
Yeah, both co-streamers are here.
I think opposite ends of the arena today. I think you might Coveted as far away as possible. But this is a grudge match again with all the recent drama that we had at our last road trip. This is going to be the final nail in the coffin until summer.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. For KC, remember that they've never qualified for MSI. They were our first stand representatives last year. But for KOI, kind of mainstays of the events. They've been a couple times, but they're looking to have a strong performance, especially now that the roster has very much ramped up. The conversation during the regular season for KOI, if you've only just now watching us, was that they were inconsistent, they were shaky. Lots of question marks surrounded how good this team was going to be, but once the playoffs rolled around, it felt like that we got the best version of KOI. They clean swept Vitality. It went to 5 games versus G2. They were on the cusp of beating G2, and then they ended up falling short. However, KC have kind of had their number this year. Pretty much throughout the entirety of 2026, KC have been able to be the formula, find the success to take KOI down. So this matchup is super compelling because on paper, KOI should come in as the favorites, but KC do find a way to get underneath KOI's skin and find success.
Yeah, because if you just look at both of these teams when they faced up against G2, MKOI was clearly the team that was able to actually contend with G2, while KC kind of snuck one game away from G2, but it wasn't that much of a close series.
No, people saying could have been a 4-0.
Could have been a 4-0, and I think that really speaks volumes, because when that's the main poll that we're comparing both of these teams to. But as Vedi was saying, KC has been the one that has been always having MKOI's number recently, so we'll have to see if they can continue that trend. Just most recently in the EWC qualifier, that was when KC beat them, although the quality of those matches,
the quality of those matches weren't too good, exactly right. But you know, it's their run of opponent. Both of them have run into G2. Both of them have lost against G2. The one thing I will say about MKOI in their best of 5, though, that felt really close. First 2 games went over to them. G2 threw a little, but still regarding MKOI, it felt like the quality of their performance was higher than maybe a lot of people expected with the way they actually entered playoffs this split.
I thought it was very interesting, though. We had Kalist and Busio on the podcast, and they were extremely confident in this weekend. I think Busio was a little bit like memeing, but he said MKOI was going to be light work, and he said they're going to 3-0 G2 as well. So I was surprised.
3-0?
3-0. He said 3-0.
Wow. That's ambitious. I raised my eyebrows at that, but that's ambitious.
But then later, when we asked him for a real prediction, he said, "How can I know? It hasn't happened yet." So definitely think it with a little bit of
kind of how predictions work. That's okay.
A bit literal.
Building up the hype. We're excited for it. But we're moments away from draft, and obviously the question then becomes, what is the priority? Because when we think back to last year, when KOI did win the spring split, they were praised for having excellent preparation.
Yeah.
They knew exactly how to prepare for KC. They then found a good formula to take out G2, and they were the first seed representatives going into MSI. Let's see what the preparation is coming into today with Varus. Nautilus already taken away from the side of KC. Jungle going to be the focus on the side of KOI with Nocturne and Jarvan removed from the core.
I mean, the Varus ban from KC, I think, makes a ton of sense. Taking that away from both Mirwin and Supa. I'm curious if MKOI want to take out the Bard from Busio. It also plays very nicely into the Ashe Seraphine, so it takes away strength from that, because you can always ult it later on. And it's just been such a good pick from Busio that he has had great success on. So that's certainly a pick that I'm thinking about if I'm MKOI right now.
Hasn't been given over to him in this playoff so far. Third most banned against KC, outside of the Vayne and Varuses that always follow suit in these pick bans. Vi's going to be taken away as the final ban by KC, so Jungle Pool slimmed down a little bit more with the Ashe Seraphine lane mitigated, but Orianna's made it through.
Wow.
I mean, not often does it make... It has 100% presence because it's banned all the damn time.
Yeah, it is permanently banned, but KOI, they seem to have been prepared for this. We talked about the preparation from last year. They've clearly got a game plan. Caitlyn Pantheon is the trade. Now Nico naturally rises in priority. It seems that KOI is willing to forego their mid lane matchup as Jojo. Let's see what he's prepared for us. Was it last year that he did the Kassadin? I want to say that it was.
Last year. It was last year.
Wasn't that long ago.
And he just said, I felt like Kassadin was good here. They didn't practice it in scrims. We'll see what Jojo's cooked up for us, but the Skarner response from Yike. Now the question is, do you match AD carry here? Are you worried about that pool getting pinched?
Yeah, I think you definitely want to match ADC. They're going to look to take away the Astral. I think you have a lot of good pairings for that. You can go the Bard, you can go the Nico. I like this giving away the Orianna for one reason. It's often when a champion gets permabanned, teams just stop practicing it. So you can kind of catch people off guard by leaving it open.
Oh my.
And by playing something like Akali into it and saying, I'm going to skill check you.
I mean, this is such a good matchup for the Akali. It is rough in laning phase, but once you get out of the lane, Akali has so much side lane threat, she has so much kill pressure, and it's Jojo's Akali. Like, we've been so impressed with his Akali performances this split. Let's see what he can do on the champion. Seraphine going to be the focus. Those supports naturally going to be the ban pool.
Would you be worried about Skarner though? I feel like Skarner is so good into like the melee champions that want to go in because it's so easy to always just shut them down. Is that a worry for Jojo, you think, this game? Or as long as they don't have too much CC on support and top, you think he's fine?
I feel like Jojo's focus should be on finding flanks and avoiding the Skarner at all costs. If anything else, he'll be using the Skarner to get into the backline to then throw the Shroud down and then create chaos and distraction on the back. It kind of depends on what the rest of KOI's comp looks like. Right now, they've got a decent amount of dive, whereas KC have a little bit more of a front to back. They leverage their range, they've got Orianna, they've got Ezreal, they've got distance to play with, The Poppy ban, I think, is very smart from Koi, especially with the mobility that it exists on the side of Koi. But that Nico, very present, very available.
I'm also wondering if Koi wants to try to go for something like the Mbessa. It has been nerfed and not been seen too much lately, but it works so well with the Pantheon and the Akali, and
Maybe
they really
that's why
need...
we've got a Poppy ban as well.
Yeah, it makes sense a lot with the Poppy ban, and it just works well into the mobile carries of KC that just want to play back and poke as well.
My only question with the Gallia ban, are we getting Rumble?
It's Rumble.
Probably Rumble's
Rumble.
still open, yeah.
Yes.
So maybe it's saying we're not going to negate the top lane or let you do that from MKOI. Do we get the answer of support now? Karma for the lane? Rather than another form of engage, gets to help space this comp.
So the reason why I was mentioning Nico so much is because when we think of Alvaro, I mean, we've heard it from himself, it just feels like that he's a different player when he's on those engaged supports. So I was expecting that to be paired alongside Eliora's Pantheon, so they'd have a lot of backline threat, but instead they're playing more for super with the Karma. Very dominant lane 2 versus 2. You've got a ton of push, you've got a ton of peel for the Caitlyn, but now it's KC to respond. They need their top laner and they need their support.
Yeah, I'm thinking Rumble and then either Nami or Nico are the two realistic options that you can go for. I quite like the Nami because it's pretty easy to use the tidal wave to have a lot of impact up against the Pantheon and the Akali. Well, I think Nico works well as well, but I think Nami makes for an easier laning phase because you get that sustain.
You know, I came into today prepping for a potential Skarner support, but I feel like with an Ezreal, this is a no-show, especially against Caitlyn.
You
Karma.
could have Skarner support this game.
We saw it on, but I mean, I think the problem is, how do you actually withstand the lane in the range?
Yeah, you'd need to definitely have like a cheese skanking jungler if you were to make it work. But it's going to be the Nico.
Normal, okay.
Pretty standard bot lane double range thus far, and we'll see what last pick Mirwin has for us here.
I would describe this as a volatile bot lane, wouldn't you?
Definitely
I feel that initially I would expect the Caitlyn Karma to by default have push, but Nico Ezreal, I think they have ways to fight back in this 2v2.
They're going to be fighting to the death on bot, I would presume, because how this matchup goes is whoever gets push is not just getting push, they're getting everything. They're getting the trades, they're getting the plates, they're getting the pressure. Because Ezreal, if he has to face up against minions, he can't Q you, he can't really poke you down. And Caitlyn just wants to hit your tower non-stop. Both ADCs want push really badly, so it's definitely going to be bot lane for me, the lane to watch.
Okay, well, with all the onus on bot lane, we'll see if top can withstand in the meantime. Mirwin on a tank, which I will say, coming back to the top lane quickly, for me is one of the best versions of Mirwin. He can be really volatile this split. He has been kind of subpar. Playoffs, he has been better. But on tank as a role player, when Jojo and Super are on these snowballing carries, that's exactly what I want to see if I was a Movistar Koi fan. But if I was a KC fan right now, I'd wonder, was Orianna enough to pair with Skarner here and the Rumble to get this insane wombo in this game when KC have not been given over this Orianna this entire split, I believe. I mean, no teams in the LEC have gotten this pick.
I mean, it's KC versus Koi. We're building up for a bloodbath here in game 1. The comps will enable that violence. Let's see which team can come out on top here in the first game of this best of 5.
For MSI, for another grand final, let's find out who can breach the gap. All of it on the line, the final golden ticket to give away. Spain versus France and Ibai versus Kameto. We go again for a round 2.
And you have to feel that this Akali Orianna matchup, that Jojo was the one who requested this. He said, leave Orianna open. I can play Akali into it. And we've seen Jojo, when he gets a lead going on this Akali, he can easily take over the game. And there's not really much to stop him. There is the Skarner CC and the Nico CC, but it's relatively easy for the Akali to actually position around that and then go on to all these immobile carries in the Rumble and the Orianna.
I mean, if my memory doesn't betray me, this was the matchup that they played when they were in Madrid.
Yeah.
Because I do recall Jojo...
It exactly was, yeah. He styled on him bot.
He held onto his E. Who used the ult, and I don't know what that graphic is.
Look, well...
why am I on it?
Well, because you were right about Jojo. And I mean, in the last time we got this Akali matchup, it was 5 solo kills in the exact matchup versus KC. So Yehu must have some kind of repressed emotions from what exactly that was, because Jojo was on a tear that day. And Vedis, you did say he was MVP worthy.
Okay,
to paraphrase.
So
he said more than that.
You did.
Going into Madrid, I did say that I thought that Jojo was the best player in the league. it then didn't really help my case when he got solo killed not once but twice by Caps, which then knocked him down a peg or two. But coming into the All-Pro, it was pretty unanimous that JoJo was the strongest performing mid throughout the regular season, and that consensus was shared amongst pro players themselves.
Yeah.
As we get a bit of a...
Oh dear, I'm in trouble. I got to find a Yahoo graphic.
I mean, JoJo had an absolutely brilliant split, and while I think in the 1v1 between Caps had more impact and was favored, I do think that as like an individual mid laner split that JoJo had was the best we've seen in a long time. I think it's been a while since, like, because Caps in the regular season, he's always good, but he's not like full demon form that we know he can be.
That's true.
While JoJo, for me, felt like every single game he was looking to carry MKOI.
Now, just quickly on this pause, I've been told a player needs to change their keyboard language. So someone on KC has the wrong language. I don't know if, like...
It might be in English and they want to change it to Korean.
Change it to Korean. Who is that? I'm going to find out. I have asked for more details on the matter as they're conducting ready checks. So it's just a quick change. I mean, you got to find it in the back of Windows. That's the problem. That's what takes the longest time.
Yeah, it's like 50 menus these days.
Yeah, that's right.
It is, yeah, so we're just building the suspension. Right now,
it was Yike, by the way.
We're building the suspense. Oh, it was Yike. That, of all the people, I would not expect Yike.
Maybe it was English and you want it in Swedish? I don't know, or vice versa.
Well, in any case, as we expected, this mid matchup is going the way of Yahoo early on. He's going to be able to get that push. Akali just kind of has to tank it and do her best. Meanwhile, on the bot side, that's why we were super interested in this early 2v2, because we talked about how Ezreal and Nico can try to contest, but it is determined on you landing those skill shots.
Yeah, and that's also why you pick the Karma. It's like the strongest pushing support in the game, and you see it here on the trades. You can shield yourself, walk up, land the Mantra Q, and do a lot of damage that way. I like that Kalist went for the TP. That way, even if you get pushed in a little bit, you can always use that to cheat some tempo and get an early tier recall, get an early Sheen.
And let's talk about cheating tempo, because look at this Ornn. Basing deep in enemy territory. Why? Because Mirwin was able to push, move past the tower, proxy a wave, get a nice base off, and now he doesn't have to expend his TP while also getting to pick up the refillable pot. I was halfway between potion and pot, and I said poke. And now he gets a nice cheetah recall, so good timing there from Mirwin, doing pretty well here in the early laning phase.
Yeah, really nice laning from Mirwin, and side that up with Supa and Alvaro being able to push in Kalist, getting a CS lead for themselves as well. Overall, a pretty good early laning phase. JoJo as well. Not really behind at all in the CS in the Orianna matchup. And they're even zoning them.
There's an angle here to flash for a tether. Kalist gets flashed on by a Pantheon as well. Rooted up, slowed down an auto. Puts Kalist in the ground for first blood. What timing from Elyoya and Alvaro.
What a great play from MKOI using the Woman Brow, but they're not done.
On the spot. Sugar Flip won't save his life, and Yahoo gets JoJo too.
And a bloodbath we wanted, and a bloodbath we've been promised, and that's what we're getting here between KC and MKOI. Both teams just want to brawl it out. You see Kalist, that's the punishment for taking the teleport. You don't have the barrier, you don't have the cleanse, so when you get locked down, you don't have any defensive summoner to actually help you out. At least he's going to be able to TP back, pick up the tier, so he doesn't lose as many minions as he would have if he died without that teleport. But now it's a big lead for Supa, since he was able to crash the wave, get a plate for himself. But then in the mid lane,
it was a situation of junglers and the early crab that they had to go for. Because of the push that Koi had in the bottom lane, that meant that Elyoya, from pathing top to bot, could secure that crab and look for a dive. Yike, on the other hand, has to go back to base in order to then go to the top crab, realizes that JoJo is playing way too deep with too little HP, and is then able to get a counter gank in the middle lane as well. So, there's the Elyoya. You can see Yike on the minimap already walking up. An early flash from Alvaro to connect the W. Kalist almost gets away, but it's because of that route that they're able to find this kill. Meanwhile, JoJo, he's desperately trying to push this wave out as quickly as he can. And Yahoo flash Ws to guarantee the damage, limits JoJo's ability to find an outplay. The risk is Orianna now has no flash.
That is definitely a risk, but I do love the ballsiness from Yahoo, and I also think it's like punishing the #1 weakness that we've seen from JoJo, that he can get a little bit too cocky. He always wants to trade back no matter what, even if the enemy jungler is there. And now, with Yahoo having that gold lead, maybe he can get some survivability and make it harder for JoJo to actually do anything at
I'll
6.
tell you right now, though, JoJo has typed the flash timer of that Orianna, and he's staring at Elyoya. He is saying, when are you 6, bro? And he is waiting for that timer because they will look to get revenge on the mid lane matchup. Jojo will want kills on the Akali, he'll want to accelerate it, and Yehu going for a Rod of Ages, smart itemization against Akali, having that extra bit of health, play safe, and look at Yehu. Very respectful, very aware, level 6 timers are coming through for junglers, and he wants to play safe.
It definitely looks like Yehu learned something from the last time he faced Jojo's Akali. He's playing a lot more respectful this time. Yike wants to try to sniff for a steal here, but he's going to get zoned out as his laners are not there to cover. So first dragon going over to MKOI.
Okay, well, MKOI just back away. They don't give Yike an angle to find anything with Yehu now teleporting in. He's going Rod of Ages on this Orianna, by the way, so more slower scaling build against the Akali, against the health he wants, so that he can survive the all-in burst. As he also gets access to mid with Jojo having to base without his TP. So a bit of plating to start off the game for Yehu, 500 gold up.
Yeah, the base from Yehu was very smart, specifically because, yes, they do concede the dragon, but they realized that after the kill that happened on the bot side anyway, they wouldn't have the power to contest this dragon. So Yehu goes for an early base. He then TPs back knowing that Jojo doesn't have his TP. And because Jojo even rotated over to assist with the dragon, he ended up losing a lot. He's now 10 CS down. The TP was used to help Yehu get a play, and now he's got a 600 individual gold lead over Jojo.
Yeah, he wants to try to. Yeah, he wants to try to invade here with Kana's push. Yeah, who has to push as well.
Equalizes up in 10 seconds. Elyoya paying respect. Probably the timer too close to call, especially with the wave at the top turret. Mirwin has to just sit back and not lose too much more experience. Yak also gets level 6 off that camp.
Yike wants to keep going, but he doesn't have the smite, so has to give it over. I like this aggression from Yike, recognizing the fact that he has the stronger mid-top, so he can look to invade. Jojo continue. It's so fun to watch Jojo, because even when Yike is there, he's still pushing it to the limit with bot lane.
Yeah, there's all-in Grand Starfall as well. Oh, Yoya goes deep, but it's against an Ezreal. Busio takes the easier way out. Now Yoya committing the ulti for not much gain.
The heal from Busio there, giving Kalista movement speed, so that Elyoya couldn't get in range, was really, really clutch. And a bit of an overforce. I think the biggest downside from MKOI here is the fact that you lose out on being able to punish Yehu's lack of a flash. You don't have that Grand Starfall anymore, and now Yehu's going to have the flash in, what, a minute and a half, and be completely fine in that mid lane.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that invested bot. I think that this bot lane is a very difficult one to gank unless you've done the prerequisite damage, I would say, similar to how they set up that dive earlier. But that's a big cooldown invested. KC is going to be taking a sigh of relief knowing that that objective is unavailable. But KC building advantages through their solo lanes. Yehu thanks to the first blood. And top lane, Kana, the first strike with the Rumble, building a very healthy lead in the 1v1.
Well, the question I have for you guys is how much it matters, because we came into the draft saying how important the bottom lane was for MKOI. They have a small lead, only 400 gold, but now with lanes shifting around, it's still a Karma Caitlyn who are 10 CS up at the 8-minute mark.
I mean, I think the fact that Supa was able to pick up the BF sword is really, really nice. If he can transition into the Storm Racer, it's a great spike and allows him to play a lot more aggressive in the team fights with the movement speed from the item and the movement speed from the Karma shields as well. So I think it's a game where Supa can be the main character and can be the carry, but at the same time, a Fed Orianna, a Fed Rumble, it's a difficult task for any ADC to play into.
Really interesting decision here by Koi. Mirwin actually grouped with the team.
Jack's coming in, Eshel's impact, looking for the impact, won't find it. The flash out from Elyoya to get out. The ram jam from Mirwin as well as he's hearing charges away. Shockwave bellows breath. MKOI are making fun of them. Everyone gets out safely.
Nice discipline from MKOI. I like that Mirwin kind of wanted to go in, but the rest of the team had already disengaged. So he didn't send it when he's got the 2-man Ornn ult. He still backed off, buffered the Orianna ult, and they got out with the 3 grubs. It is still a tempo lead for KC, so with that, Yehu is going to get some plates in mid and continue extending that gold lead, but now MKOI want to make a play on Kalist.
Going to send it. He's deep in this wave. Kalista thinks it's the 1v1 until Elyoya shows up. Good damage on Supa so far. Great barrier pulled out. Arcane shift away. Kalista now goes into Fog of War. MKOI sandwich him now around 2 sides. The spear out, and Supa with the 90 caliber right down the line.
A great cheese from MKOI. They know that after this play, Kalist thinks that MKOI has based, so he can just go and push that top wave and then base himself. But instead, they wait in the bush. They're able to kill him. Kalist knows he's dead. He's not going to burn the flash. He's just going to accept fate.
Now this Caitlyn is scary. BF sword, as you mentioned earlier, on the way back to base. We'll see what the Caitlyn is able to pick up. Yike doing his best to steal what camps away that he can. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds means that we'll see that swap back to bot. Mirwin's TP has now come off cooldown. Kana in the same boat though as he goes back to base. I imagine he'll grab the Leandries. Looks like we've mainly just got some components there for Super with the crit cloak and the 2 daggers. So Elyoya, though, in position to contest the crab. A nice objective to get ahead of the dragon spawning.
So with those items we talked about then, I mean, 3 here for KC. I'm seeing the possibility of this dragon being a really good contest. 15 seconds till it's up. MKOI here with the scuttle first as Alvaro clears out vision. Trying to play the bluff that his jungler's nearby. But Elyoya used that time to go back, get the Sundered Sky. So he's going to match that Protoplasm Harness from Yike. Means both junglers are locked and loaded here as Dragon now spawns.
But it's the bot lane that will continue to get prio for Koi. Mid seems to be a little bit more contested now that Jojo has that first component. It does give you a lot of trading power in the 1 versus 1, but fantastic vision control here from Koi. They can gain no purchase through the bot side, which gives them easy access to the dragon, and then it'll be the second one uncontested.
I mean, bot side is doing a lot of heavy lifting, because when you just look at the items, it is not favored for MKOI. They don't have the item on mid lane, which you'd really want if you're going to fight this dragon, but just with the prio and the vision that they get from the bot side, that allows them to pick up this second dragon. It's going to be a Mountain Soul, which would be absolutely tremendous for the Ornn if MKOI were able to secure it.
On top of that as well, let's not forget, it was the grubs up top that they also got and got out. MKOI with a great objective game so far. It's a KC early game gold lead, but Super getting a bit of plating there, showing the damage, quick work that the grubs can actually provide as well. It has been, I guess, a really tempered early game, which I think this year and previous years, I'm not used to saying with MKOI, but it's been controlled, it's been well-mannered, and most of all, it has been a great objective game that we're saying is leading them to success.
The big winner for KC through all these map movements was Kana, though. Because the lane assignments from Koi around those grubs, to me, was a bit odd. The fact that they brought Mirwin over, I have to imagine, was so that they had that front line to help them disengage from the objective. But then Jojo was quite late to actually rotate down to bot, opening up the tower for Kana, who just got free access to that tower. Eventually, Jojo goes, but he still can't contest the Wayfarer of the Rumble. And so what ends up happening is Kana's just pushing. And look at this, 1.5k individual gold lead for him. This Rumble is getting accelerated. And Kana, as a player, especially when we think back to in these high tense situations where he needs to perform, right now he is being set up for success here in game 1.
And I do feel like, again, Kana as a player, when you lead him to success, he will carry for you. He's that kind of top laner and really take over games. But I'm glad you pointed it out, especially because it does feel like now it's starting to bleed into Elyoya's jungle, as we just saw in the Krugs. A lot of pressure there as Elyoya is going to pick bottom side for now, but that's the second ulti we've seen in a row where Elyoya is far from finding a play.
MKOI are a little bit too willing to pull the trigger on the Grand Starfall from Elyoya, which is leading to some wasted ultimates and not as much pressure as you would like to see. And I like what you're saying, Vedi. I think it's pretty clear that it's mid and top for KC versus the bot lane of MKOI, but MKOI want to keep fighting.
Lucio found out he wanted to face check this triangle brush, but he's not going to be able to do it safely. Super gets another impale only onto one. It's the Pantheon, but again, Elyoya is fine. Damage not really enough here from Callistus, even under turret. The Scorpion in trouble. Super has the range and Elyoya has the spear. Put him on a skewer. Yike for dinner. 4-1 for MKOI.
And MKOI played that so well. Super dodges the impale. He traps right before Elyoya uses the stun, so that Yike has no counterplay. He gets stunned into immediately trapped. I mean, let's just watch this back and just look at how Super plays this fight. He starts off by ulting Callis, chunks him down, and they get a great engage on Busio. Super's able to get the Q to take him down, and he spaces back, makes sure that he doesn't get hit by the impale, and then he lays down the trap before the Pantheon W so that there's no escape from Yike.
I will say, Yike missing that flash, he was really bad, though. I think his game plan was to try and chase CC the Pantheon, but he ends up fumbling the combo. And when you give that much space to Super, he will happily take advantage of it. MKOI now with a healthy gold lead. We'll see if they can continue to grow it from here.
They're just slowed. Equalizer down. Kana has flash available. Electro Harpoon not going to connect, though. So Jojo does get out of there, has TP to return back to the lane, but it does feel like this game is quickly becoming Kana versus Super as those gold leads are stacking up.
But it's not just Kana versus Super, it's Kana versus Super and Alvaro. He has the Karma, which is so good into the Rumble. He can always use the Mantra E whenever Kana puts down the Equalizer, making it so much easier for his team to play the fights. But now KC are off to the Herald.
I mean, they are ahead of the play, but there's no Rumble ult available. Mirwin is in the area. There's Pantheon over the wall. They're a little too slow. All right, so the Caitlyn backing meant that they couldn't really contest. I'm looking at that itemization, though, for the Caitlyn, and an Infinity Edge. This feels quite quick for Caitlyn.
I think right now, Supa, when he saw them take the Herald, he's like the crying meme with the money. Because he's just like, he's chilling with those items. He's nearly got the Infinity Edge already at 15 minutes. And now he can just hit mid-tower. Although Kana is not on a ward here.
Alvaro going to sidestep the Electro Harpoon, looking for the tether, gets the flash. As you said, it is Super and Alvaro, and Kana just learned that.
I mean, a bit of an odd play there from Kana. He had no ulti available to him. His position didn't really lend himself to setting up a play for his team. And there was a bot wave that he could have gone and caught. Instead, he loses his flash. I think the Raptors did actually go the way of Elyoya there, at least the big one.
I think Kana wasn't expecting Alvaro to call his bluff like that.
I guess,
he thought if he was just waiting, and then as soon as Alvaro sees him, Alvaro's going to be like, oh no, he probably has more people behind, and then back off, and then you get a free chunk and proc that first strike. But instead, MKOI are playing incredibly aggressive and really punishing KC where it hurts.
Again, it's been confidence for them, despite the gold lead being pretty inconsequential so far. It's now at least sitting in MKOI's favor, but as Dragon spawns, KC trying to move into River with MKOI looking to defend their position.
Keep your eyes on the minimap and look at Jojo's position. He is looking for a very deep flank. He has been spotted on Vision. He's pinged out. He'll have to dash away.
And remember, Kana just burned his flash. So if Jojo has an angle on the Rumble, he can't go anywhere. Jojo at level 12 might be spotted out as he creeps up towards this brush. Herald's going to be put down to be a Battle Herald. Yike on top of the Dragon Call. The Forge God looking to line KC. 3 members get hit, and Dragon disengaged. Busha finds the engage, but no one's there just yet. Onto the Karma. Okay, that's the first kill, but look how exposed. A shockwave into an Impale, though. Yike saving the play with Yahoo on the back line. Kana will die, but what's it going to cost? KC have won this fight in spades. Everything connected, every wombo imaginable. It all comes together with a plan for Karmine Core.
And KC just outplayed mechanically. They find where it hits, and Bucio takes the Herald right before he dies. He knocks them up alongside Yike, and it was just a masterclass in how they played that team fight.
A very close affair. My favorite part was Kana recognizing, I will give my life to make sure that my ulti is good. He is marking the Akali on the flank. The ulti from Mirwin doesn't really get followed up. The Herald is dropped, and now they're looking for an angle. Bucio goes in, chains the combo, they take Alvaro out of the fight, and then he gets into the Herald to get away. There's that Rumble ultimate, combined with the 2-man Skarner ulti, in conjunction with the Rift Herald over the top of them. Just beautiful coordination with Yehu at the back as well. Very well played team fight from KC. Koi get 2 back, but they end up losing the Dragon.
And this is KC's strength. Their team fighting, how they're able to work together to find the perfect moment. Even though Bucio, it started off looking pretty bad, right? He didn't get a huge Nico ult. It wasn't a great setup, but the way that they're able to adapt in these clutch moments and still make the fight work is why they're such a strong team.
It's how they beat Giant it's how they 3-0'd them. Some of those early games for Giant were looking fantastic. Then you get into the 5v5s and it all goes to hell in a handbasket. At least Super still has the damage though for the Spanish fans, as Kalish just got half shot, half health rather. Infinity Edge now picked up, and despite losing the Dragon, remember MKOI still have that Fed 80 carry.
Yeah, Supa did not die in that team fight, so he still has maintained his huge gold lead on Kalist. Kalist at least able to pick up now the Manamune and the Triforce to contest, but still, those are not 2 items that can compare with Stormracer Infinity Edge. This Caitlyn is much, much stronger, and it's going to continue working now towards the rapid fire third to be able to have so much pressure in these standoffs before the fights begin.
Shockwave, hang on, good damage here from Yahoo, gets the slow down. There's the public execution rather all the way in. Yahoo shots away from dying. True shot barrage, tags his toe. One more bit of minion damage would seal the deal, but Jojo's going to ulti out before Kana can get there. His flash, no, his equalizer for Jojo to die. Outplayed by Yahoo and his Oriana, and Kana comes to steal the show as we look towards the edge of Ishtal, and another Impale in. Elyoya stuck out as Bucio's over the wall. He launches here from Elyoya, trying to get on out, call the Forge God, only onto one, is onto Bucio. The spear will seal the deal. Searing charge from Mirwin as well. We're still fighting around the mid lane as Mirwin's going to take the damage for now. KC finds some success top, but in the bottom lane, or rather mid, Elyoya is able to fight back.
So things are getting chaotic on the Rift. With Jojo down, KC see another opportunity to make a play happen in the middle lane. But Yehu doesn't have any resources left, and Elyoya cleverly uses his W to get over the wall and regroup with his team. A good re-engage from Mirwin allows them to find a kill back, all the while Super secures that mid-tier 1.
I'm starting to learn a little bit more about MKOI's comp, and when they're in a choker against the wall, god damn, it's hard to get through terrain. As here, the bounce back from Elyoya was quite nice.
Yeah, it was very, very difficult to play into Yike up against these walls, but I love what Mirwin does here. Immediately just sends it onto Busio, and then Elyoya hits him with the spear from downtown. And what we're seeing in this game is just both teams, when they see an opportunity, they immediately grasp onto it. There's no indecision, there's no hesitation, and that's why this game, when a pick happens, it happens like that.
Yep.
And that's so nice to watch.
I will say, KC have done a good job of limiting Jojo's impact in this game.
True.
The Orianna, 2 fully completed items. The Rod of Ages is fully stacked. It is a lot harder for this Akali to really have kill threat on the Ori. And so Jojo is not having the same impact, and now they've started moving the Orianna away. A very deep push. Because of the prio that KC have in mid, they feel pretty safe on the bot side. No TP available for Yehu, but with good information as to where MKOI are, they are putting pressure down. Plate secured. Yehu, now with Kana at his back, feels very safe.
Mirwin long-range engage almost up and available though, so KC have to pay the respect. They still take the wolves, and they've done their job getting deep vision in the meantime, setting up for this Dragon. There's a good time to reset, get your affairs in order, because in 40 seconds, Dragon number 4 of the game comes up, and those stats need to be denied. Away from an Ornn especially, but away from MKOI. You're a KC fan, because they'll be on salt point.
Jojo was able to pick up quite a bit of his own though, able to get that top tower and quite a few plates. So now when he recalls, what are we looking at, a Shadow Flame for him?
Yeah, but I think he's still off. I think that he's still a bit off. I don't think he's been quite able to amass the gold that he needs, because remember, it's a 1.2k gold difference between them right now. Let's see if he has it.
Yes,
oh, wow, okay, he did actually get enough. Fair play to Jojo. So that's a pretty big spike, because now the execution threshold of your ultimate becomes that much more lethal. TP now coming in. No wards here for Jojo.
But it was on a control ward, so if KC were looking that direction in Fog of War, they would have seen it. For KC, they're going to start Dragon. Jojo's angle's still here. Ping's going down on KC's side as well. Elyoya's first into the fight into Busio, but his shield won't defend him. Equalizer flashed away from, and Yikes here once again. On top of Mirwin, while Popblossom finds Jojo. He went in, he was eager, but he gets shockwave to death. Yeah, who on a rampage today to open up as KC open up second Dragon 2.
KC held steadfast. They were prepared for the engage from Koi, and they did not break under the pressure. Jojo gets locked down, Elyoya gets chunked out, and this game continues to go the way of KC.
That was a disengaged masterclass from KC. Yike used his E on Mirwin when Mirwin wanted to ulti, but it starts off Elyoya going a little bit too deep, and then you see Mirwin here getting CC'd right before he can recall that orange horn, and then Jojo wants to go in, but he has no CC from his teammates, so it's so easy for KC to just collapse on him and take him down, and that's another Drake for KC and another teamfight win for KC.
Yeah, the Akali committing the flash in a situation like that means that you then don't have the flash for any outplays. Busio recognizes, hey, when you E, I can just follow you with the rocket belt, and once my ult connects, I know exactly where you are. So a very well played fight from KC. You can see that they've been able to swing the momentum of this game comfortably since the last Dragon, and now they've got a real foothold here in game 1. A nearly 3k gold lead being generated by Kana in the 1v1. Meanwhile, Yehu, level 15, has that level advantage over Jojo, and this Akali, with high expectations out of draft, has been limited in its impact here in game 1.
Good job of pulling it. Yehu's had a pretty decent day. I mean, I think his execution with Orianna has been largely clean for a guy that during the regular season got a bit of criticism. EWC qualified criticism. Going into playoffs, we outranked the other top 3 teams. Their mid laners above them. Jojo, Caps, very easy to do so.
I do think, like, this game, it's been very clear that he knows how Jojo wants to play, and he respects on every window that Jojo's trying to punish. And with that, you then get the other side of Jojo, that he continues to play too aggressive, goes a little bit too much in, and that's when they've punished Jojo, really shut him down. Although at 1.5k gold lead, it isn't insurmountable for Jojo. I do think if he has a good team fight where not the stars align, but everything goes right for MKOI, that they can land their CC, he still does a lot of damage on this Akali.
The problem is, I feel that with KOI's comp, they're trying to play a front-to-back style with the threat of an Akali on the backline. But I think KC's front-to-back is simply better. When you have a Orianna Ezreal with a Skarner in front of you, the game plan becomes very simple.
Yeah.
Stand behind your Skarner, track the flanks, ward wherever the Akali is trying to attack you from, and then when Busio sees the angle, you commit the wombo combo. There's so much threat onto the front line, and the truth is that KOI's front line is likely going to fall first. Of course, this Ornn is scary, but right now, Mewin doesn't really feel to have that same presence or tankiness that the front line of KC currently possess.
I think you can see Supa now building towards the LDR, and that's a really, really big spike for him. I think once MKOI gets that, that's when they can really start to play these front-to-backs much more comfortably, because Supa will just melt through anybody who's in front of him. But up until he gets that, I agree with you, Veri. I think KC, they do have the advantage. Yike on 3 items. He's able to tank up so much, especially with the protoplasm and the healing and everything. He can really buy a lot of space for KC. So it's a waiting game for MKOI right now.
So we will wait 2 minutes till the Drake. Baron sits up, Jojo continues playing topside for this push. And just note, even though Yehu is 1,500 gold up and 4 kills up, I look at Jojo right now, and he's actually not that far behind in experience, despite going up against a Rod of Ages 10 stack on the Orianna. So Jojo's been doing his due diligence side lanes, is 20 to 30 CS up, and he's still trying to get towards this level 16, buff up that ulti, and have some more relevancy here in this game. MKOI going to continue playing up towards topside now. It is just lolling about until we get towards that next dragon, which should decide a bit more of the tempo in this first game of the series.
Yeah, I mean, a full item ahead of Jojo. Jojo has to be sitting on a decent amount of gold. He's probably got a component in base, but the damage from Kalist, remember, 0-2 after the laning phase, 3 items finished for him. The gap between him and Super, obviously, that component does exist, but with the advantage that the Orianna and the Rumble... Oh my god, that's a death cap nearing completion for Kana.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Yehu went for the Storm Raider's Surge. No, wait, not Storm Raider's Surge.
The Storm Raider's Surge.
It's Storm Raider's Surge?
Yeah,
I'm thinking, what's the rune then?
That's the rune. Storm Raider's Surge.
Yeah, what's the item then?
Well, now my brain's blanking.
Sorry.
Now my brain's blanking. Because all I can think of is Storm Raider's Surge.
It's very similar, no, the item?
Storm something. It's that.
Guy, it's the same problem I have with public and perfect execution. I just think one's the other. Help me, Jack.
Storm Surge.
Storm
Surge. Yeah,
just
Storm Raider's Surge,
Storm
Surge.
Why do we keep naming things so similar?
Well, I was surprised he went that. I thought he would either go for the Rabin or the Zonias, but I don't have time to talk about that. It's 20 seconds for another dragon.
Yike's found an angle. Maybe he picks up a bit more Shattered Earth. He's not going to be able to close the gap that much further. Kalista's jumping forward, though. Blocked by Yike. Dragon's up in 10 seconds, and they do force away MKOI through the mid lane.
The question is, do KOI try to fight this one? Because it's not the soul just yet. They could argue, hey, we are still behind in items, let's wait.
That TP tell you? Are they going to go Baron?
I think they do have decent... They don't have great Nash damage. I mean, Caitlyn is okay, but I think it's hard to really pressure the Nash, so unless you get a great engage here from Mirwin, but Jojo's on the flank.
All the Forge God while Dragon's being done. It's flash from Mirwin, finding Yehu out in rotation. A searing charge to the heavens, and Yehu goes to hell. Flash over the wall. Jojo gets caught out by an impale. He was over eager, and he dies for it. KC get the Dragon in the meanwhile, with Kalist securing as the Arcane chips away. Yike on no HP has to do the same. Getting the Drake, trading 1-for-1 as Jojo got caught to the Scorpion King.
But KC got the Dragon, so MKOI need this Baron Nashor now. They're walking towards it. It's a 4 versus 4, but they're not quite willing to start it, but Supa goes forward.
Finds Busio. Good bit of damage. We'll find out in a second as he just transforms. MKOI not going to start it. They're going to back away, and it goes on. Now on salt point, though, at KC, that's the biggest advantage to net.
Finding a pick like that onto Yehu could have been massive, but Jojo over eager, wanting to have impact in this game. Yehu clearing out a ward. He's been so respectful, so safe, and then he does not play around the engage that can come through from MKOI. Nice chain CC, but at this point, Jojo, he recognizes with the shield that he can't ult instantly because it won't be enough damage, and that hesitation gives Yike the window to land his ultimate and turn the play around.
Do we give massive credit to Yike for that, for predicting Jojo's going to run right into him?
No,
though?
because he flashed over the wall. Jojo
Oh, what about this? Shuriken's going to be taken. Kana sitting on a blast cone. He's overheated. Jojo looking for the angle. True Shot Barrage does tag him though. Kana runs around the blue buff wall as MKOI group up as 4. Still trying to find a play, an opening here. We A-ram a little bit longer. All it is for a pick to possibly open up this Baron. As we're going to say group, Jojo's going to have to back away, but he doesn't have TP, so he'll have to walk back to lane.
It's a very tense game. It feels like one mistake for either team can be their end. As whoever gets this Nash will, I think, be able to pretty much run away with the game. Both comps have pretty good siege with the Caitlyn Karma on the MKOI side and then the Astral Nico Orianna. So whoever can get this buff can take down so many of these standing tier 2s.
Shockwave flash. Alvaro almost getting called out. True Shot Barrage getting super. An angle here for KC. Shattered Earth from Yike as he gets poked out. Now call the Forge God for the bounce back. Equalizer down. Mirwin gets pulled in, suppressed, but it's a tank. They need a lot of damage as he's hearing charges away from the pull. KC sent it in and Cliff Arcane shift in as well. Good damage onto Mirwin. Now looking for another target. It's Elyoya who's up against the wall. Yike has his perfect target. The jungler of MKOI won't be caught napping though. He puts up a shield. He runs away. MKOI, what have they lost?
Well, now they just forced the Baron. They've got great damage down onto Elyoya. He now has to go back to base. The threat is there. Jojo face checking, loses half his HP.
Half HP. Arcane shifter. Getty has the Shuriken flip down. Mirwin has the searing charge out as well. Yike continues to send it in. With this Ishtal's impact, he doesn't need to find a target. He just needs to scare MKOI as they're going to go back to the Baron for another thought.
A lot of farm is being lost in the bottom lane and the top lane. KC had pressure across the entire map, and now they turn their attention to the Baron once again.
It's a face check. Aegis assault from Elyoya. It needs to be the motion here. As GA is also up and available. KC have pulled off the Baron. Good that Fetty pointed your eyes towards those farm and side lanes. MKOI getting them now, but a lot was still lost. And KC playing with time quite well.
Yeah, it's the farm that was lost for MKOI. That was the biggest thing that's going to hurt them here. A lot of CS lost on both bot and top for Mirwin and Jojo, and nearly 4,000 gold lead for Kana. Although Mirwin is plenty tanky, but the one thing that his build is quite lacking is armor. He went for the Force of Nature, and he went for the Kanik Ruker, and he does have the plated steel caps, but it's still not quite enough. That's why you can see him itemizing so heavily into the armor now, because Kalist has been able to chunk him out so much in these latest team fights. But Supa has picked up the LDR. He has the Vamp Scepter to survive the poke as well. He's nearing full build on this Caitlyn with a Karma to support him. This is really a game where if MKOI is going to win, I think a lot of it rests on Supa's shoulders.
Absolutely, but as you mentioned, KC have just been managing their side waves better.
Yep.
The experience advantage that has been built by KC has largely just come from them catching these waves, pushing them out appropriately, and you can see that Jojo's largely starved himself of gold, not matching in the side lanes. The fact that he hasn't been able to complete the Zhonya's just short of that gold required to complete it. He knows that he's very close, but now there's no way for him to catch. We'll see Kana go back to base. He already has that death cap completed.
I kind of disagree with you. I feel like Jojo's been really good in the side lane despite how behind he's been. Like
up to a point, I agree.
The fact that he's 280 CS, I think, has shown that. And he's like up in XP on Yehu, or same XP.
Yeah, but I would argue that
that play was bad though. That play was bad.
I think we're gonna agree.
In any case, the situation that he's in right now, he is a full item still behind Yehu, who is currently working towards what seems like a death cap. We're seeing a lot of grouping happening up around the mid lane once again. Looking at the mini-map, he's debating whether he goes to side or whether he looks for a contest.
Sending in Grand Star for where? Call the Forge God, flash on Kana, punch Jojo with the Pop Blossom as well. Akali found, going golden, but what will it cost? Kalist gets a little bit low. He spaces. Jojo tries to bring play back, but it's done. Equalizer, flash impale me when Bellows breath, but Elyoya's going to get shockwave into his GA. KC have all the parts falling perfectly for them as Elyoya will flash away from the play. Mantra Inspire needs to be used as TP from KC pulls the tempo back with a winning fight.
The Dragon is up. The TPs have come through. KC have 5 members still alive. It's up to Supa to save this play for Koi.
Elyoya's low. He gets shielded out. Mantra Inspire again from Alvaro. They need the move speed. They need the shields. Busio has an angle. No Pop Blossom, but a Flash Tangle Barbs could help seal it even further. Dragons right there for the tanking, and smart maneuvers in yet another team fight. The KC way enables Mountain Soul in game 1.
And MKOI, they're never able to get that ideal team fight. They keep trying to have Jojo off on the flank, but he's just getting one shot repeatedly. KC now, they have the Soul. Jojo's still dead. Respawn just now, but they know they have the tempo lead. They're going for the Baron Nashor too.
Mirwin is going back to base. The Pantheon is too far away.
Yep.
We look back at the play, and it's this flank coming through from Koi that gets spotted. A flash from Kana, the ultimate from Busio. Their target is clear. Kalist nearly loses his life in the exchange as well, has to flash away from the play, but it is KC that find the pick. Koi find nothing.
I do have to wonder though, Jojo had the stopwatch. If he was able to use that on the Nico ult from Busio, that fight could have been completely different. He could have negated all that damage, flashed onto Kalist instead. And it's these small things, these small moments that define games like this that are so close. It's now been 35 minutes, and the biggest gold lead we've seen has been, what, the current one at 2,000.
Yeah, it really hasn't been much, has it? It's been so back and forth, and it's been a sign of a good series to open up. But it feels like KC, as you alerted to earlier, Jack, the Baron in their hands. And the team with Baron would just be able to slowly close this one out. But let's see how the sieging goes. Jojo's going to play for inner, while waves in order are what KC are trying to do, especially with that inner turret. Bot side, Jojo gets this. And he's probably going to push in again. He's got TP available for a play with Zhonya's now. Let's see if they can pull anything off.
Really good side laning from Jojo. As long as Supa can put down these traps here and avoid the engage.
There's that TP. Busio fails to pop blossom. They're too deep. Call the Forge God getting ready to punish him as well. Won't be found. But still, there's one kill into the ground as Busio. The unflashed away, but Trisha Bride catches life. Jojo jumps in, wants revenge for this game, and he finds it. As he goes golden, takes down Yahoo. He needs to hold the Albert against the wall. Waiting was Yike. A double over to Kalist. Okay, it's a 2 for 2, but remember, with the Baron team sieging, the defense means it's successful with MKOI holding fast.
Yeah, MKOI, they negate the Nash play from KC. I love that Jojo pressured them so much by pushing the side lane. That's why Busio thought to himself, I need to engage here. If we don't get a good engage, then Jojo can just take our top inhib. So that's why he goes in, even though it's a little bit too deep. It's a really good disengage from MKOI. Alvaro flashes out, Supa faces back, and then Mirwin just CCs Busio and they take him down. And then Jojo finally gets a good flank down where he's able to pick up the, what, 1,000 gold? 900? Yeah, 1,000 gold shutdown onto Yahoo. So despite him dying, that's an Akali that now has a lot more gold in her backpack.
Rabadon's on the way, double needlessly large. Rabadon's just picked up by Yahoo as his screen is currently great.
Koi have managed to have a second wind. Elder is now all they need. That's how they can turn this game around.
Yeah.
KC, they over-aggress, and they end up getting punished for it. The gold matters less and less the longer this game goes. Itemization continues to be complete, and we're reaching that point where everyone is 5-6 items, and it'll come down to the team fight play. Super massive credit to him. 2-0-2 scoreline, but Kalist has done a good job of coming back into this game as well. These 2 AD carries will become a bigger part of this game, whereas a lot of the focus in the early to mid game has been on these mid laners. Summoner spells will likely be up ahead of the next big fight. That Soul on the side of KC, we'll see how much value it offers them as the Elder Dragon draws ever nearer.
It's all going to come down to one last team fight for this Elder, but thus far KC has shown that they are the better team fighting team. And MKOI now, they're facing an uphill battle. Supa, he has so many items and so much damage, but it's been so difficult for Jojo to actually find his angle in his team fights, find the mark where he can one-shot someone without getting CC'd. We'll have to see if he can complete that Rabadon before the Elder fight, because if he does, that is a tremendous boost to his damage.
Let's see. Again, he's been picking up waves and side lanes. We talked about it before, or at least we had a small argument about it before. Level 18 now on the Akali. And it is worth noting that he was behind all game long. That shutdown, he's only 400 in the dirt in a game that is mattering less and less about gold. Kana, obviously, there is almost a 5,000 gold lead in the top lane, but we know Ornn's role in the team fight. He picked up the Proto Belt while we were talking there, so 4th item for him is going to be something that can either close the gap or give him a bit more versatility. And outside of that, we wait. Minute 20 till the game-breaking Elder. Baron spawning alongside it is always a question mark if that can be leveraged at some point as well.
I mean, Jack, of the 3 of us, you have the most AD carry experience. If you're Ezreal right now, are you really afraid of this Ornn's items? I feel like he looks like paper.
I'm definitely not afraid of Ornn. I think the only person I'm afraid of is Caitlyn, because Caitlyn at 6 items is just a different beast. Like, if she can stack up that headshot, play with it with the rapid fire cannon, especially with the Storm Racer proc as well. We'll have to see if he can get a proc of it, but it just does so much damage. I know as the Ezreal this game, if it comes into a fight where both ADCs are auto-attacking, the Caitlyn is really out-DPSing me. So it's about staying more range, being able to just Q, but Jojo's on the flank.
Sure can flip there, but a Mountain Shield in the way. Equalizer out, Jojo's burning, but Flame Spitter is AoE over the wall. He's going to overheat. Electro Harpoon number 2 comes out, and that's enough damage. Remember, he's got Protobelt as well. True Shot Barrage going golden as Jojo to buy time, but he is dead. There's no way out. Yes, he's got his ultimate as he flashes away. Wait, I was wrong. He's out for now, but how does the rest of the fight go? Minwin's slowed down, Kalist chasing him down. It looks like he's playing Earth right now as Arcane Shift sends him in for another Mystic Shot, and Busio looks for an angle. MKOI sent away, but Dragon is in 5 seconds, and Jojo has to TP in.
Yeah, Jojo's used everything. His ult is gone. His kill threat is gone. He will TP back into the fight with the Elder spawning now. Casey's position is fantastic.
It begins. Busio, big chunk. The Caitlyn damage Jack was talking about is there. Jojo's over the wall. All he needs is an angle. And
Keep your eyes on the ult cooldown. The ult cooldown is the most important thing for the Akali. The Rumbles now back off cooldown now. And here we go, Busio off on the flank as well. Mirwin down to 50%.
He has Flash, he has Pop Blossom, he has an angle if MKOI are grouped up. Jojo looking for a new angle. Outroy gets tagged by the True Shot Barrage. Busio's going to find Jojo there. Pop Blossom only onto 1. Remember, he just used Sonya's equalizer down. Jojo down! Oh man, it's a rough start for the Canadian mid laner in this series as Minwin's getting tagged out as well like paper. I agree. Busio's looking for a new angle with the tackle buff. He might just find a double already out. A searing charge into an impale though. And Elder's just exposed. Elyoya came in trying to find a new lease on life, but instead the Elder will drop and Elyoya will get burned mid-flight. It's all but over here for MKOI in game 1 as KC put the finishing touches on the fight.
It is Yehu and Yike with a beautiful Flash Orianna ult that gives Supa his first death of this 40-minute game. And with that, all the towers will fall for MKOI, and they have been routed in game number 1 by superior team fighting from KC.
We set it up as a good day. We set it up as a great day. It's a heated rivalry between Spain and France. It's only the opening game. Not as many kills as there are minutes, but you don't need that. All you need to do is rewind and look at the glorious fights that we experienced. Europe's in awe, Europe's loving it, and game 1 done and dusted. Over to the French is how we begin our series to MSI.
Jojo was simply stifled. KC Team 4 beautifully. They lead the series 1-0 up. You can see Shox getting ready. So let's send it over to Shox right now with Kalist.
Yes, Kalist, I guess early game just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, the bot matchup was pretty hard. We fucked up a bit. Caitlyn had a lot of gold. The game was pretty hard, but we had good plans, good comeback. We were pretty calm about the way of winning. And also, my top side did a really good game. Busio had good engage, so yeah, was good.
Your team fights were incredible. Now, of course, last time the Akali was picked against you by Jojo, there were 5 solo kills to be had. Now, however, I was a little surprised he kept kind of inting into you.
Yeah, I mean, last time was just unlucky, right? Yahoo was trying a rune on the matchup, and it was not good, so it was kind of hard. But now that Yahoo has the good rune, then he's just the king of the matchup.
He definitely is. Thank you so much, Kalist. You can go and join your team. Just the king of the matchup, guys.
King in the matchup indeed, and honestly, early game doesn't even matter when you know what you want to do with the tools we had. We're eating good so far in the LEC. I love this matchup.
I hate that early game doesn't matter. It really feels like early game should matter, but you guys just keep being proven correct, because it doesn't matter if you snowball your bot lane, it doesn't matter if the Caitlyn's fed. All that matters is your team fight better.
And you are the one setting it up, Odo, in the beginning of the pre-show. The fact that once again it is KC displaying their clutch factor in the Euronics play of the day. Actually, that's what they're doing. Jojo is trying to find the flank, but he can't.
Exactly, it's just so damn impossible in this one. We see Jojo on the side. This game was just all about marking Jojo Pune, and this is the first time it happens. But KC on the other side of the team fight, they do such incredible display of clutchness. Busio riding through the Herald is just the cherry on the top over here. There's just so much disruption on a team fight or on a side of MKOI where you would think it's all about creating chaos. Themselves being found on the other side of this sort of chaos flipping that was just brought by KC was a joy to watch.
And honestly, I'm just so impressed with KC because we see this consistently across the game. Marking is not enough. They basically dox this man. They got his address, they know his mom's name, social security number if he has one of those. They know everything. They know where he lives, they know when he eats breakfast. He could not play a single fight. And I think this is just such a nightmare. And you can see that he struggled to adjust because we've seen the matchup before. He did really well last time. But I feel like KC were ready. They knew he was always going to try to force a play, and we saw no matter how late in the game we got, no matter what the situation was, KC were just one step ahead.
Exactly, it was just so telegraphed, and I really like the adaptations that KC made, because throughout this whole game, if we can bring up the replay and start playing it, throughout this whole game, it was all about the Akali. And even now, if you can take a look, okay, pause. Akali is on this side of the map, because the fight is all about the Drake. They really want to push it up and fight for this part of the area, but it doesn't matter. Let's just keep rolling. And now Jojo is constantly under the threat that he needs to find something. He is constantly looking here. He feels like he needs to loop around over here. Okay, this angle is not good. I'm constantly over here. But now take a look at Kana. Kana is over here, and he's about to just flash on top of Jojo and blast him out of the atmosphere, because it doesn't matter about how much you commit for the Akali, because once Akali dies, the game is just over for the side of MKOI. So you can put as many resources as you want. It doesn't matter what happens on the other side, because everything just falls apart.
Yeah, and again, I think the really important thing here is we have this point of comparison. You look at the meta, you look at Orianna, how often she's been banned. She's a perma-ban, and it feels like for good reason, right? She's a super powerful champion, but at the same time, you can understand why MKOI could think they could get away with this, because they did get away with it. It worked last time. The fastest, the most decisive game we saw when they played in Spain was the game 2, where Jojo played the Sakali, but credit to Yehu. Kalisz said, hey, it's better rune, so now he's got the matchup down.
He knows.
But the numbers that we saw from Yehu in this matchup, so much better. What a glow up. MKOI absolutely baited into a false sense of security based on the last time these two played. You can see it. He was down 1,000 goals last time. This time, nuh-uh. Ahead in the matchup, he's not dying on side lanes, he's not dying alone, and that really does feel like it made the difference.
Listen, there's a reason why Orianna just banned globally, because she's just so damn OP. But at the same time, I am not surprised that Jojo decided to go into this matchup, because at the beginning of the day, we said this matchup is about egos. And if there was one player who would take the ego matchup and want to slam it again, it's Jojo. But ultimately, it didn't work, and that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Sometimes you take risks and they don't pay off. But at the same time, it's paving a great way forward into this series.
No, this is so thrilling, because if we take a look at the draft, both drafts are good. Like, that's the thing. It's like, ultimately, the gamble of giving up the Orianna didn't work out, but I really like what both teams have here.
I hated, to be honest, I hated KC's draft. I thought KC's draft was yeah, I thought it was ultimately bad. I thought that the board matchup was going to be so damn stompy, and we did see Supa. Supa was 2K, 3K gold up. He was ahead for most of the game, and I thought he was going to be able to run away with the game, because you have Orianna, you have the Own, and you have so much damn engage. I didn't expect KC to be this damn clutch to mark the Akali for the whole game, because all it took was one opportunity out of those 4 or 5 fights where Akali just goes through, finds the opening, and carries the game, but it didn't happen a single time, and that's just so damn impressive from KC.
It's really funny that you say this, because I look at this draft and I look at what Jojo was supposed to do, and I'm like, how on earth is he going to be able to find flanks? He didn't. As we said, they had their phone number, but for me, the fact that Jojo couldn't play here played a huge part into KC's success, and this is where I don't want to doubt MKOI. I know they're going to bounce back, and I know they have the tools to do it.
And let's look at what they prioritize, right? They gave up Orianna not for Akali, they gave it up for Caitlyn Pantheon. What did Caitlyn and Pantheon do? They killed early game, Supa got a massive lead, the trade worked the way they wanted it to, Jojo just fell more behind, KC adapted their overall draft more to better punish the Akali, because remember the last time they played this matchup, they had a Renekton top lane. This time they've got a Rumble. They have way better tools to spot, to mark, to make sure that Shroud can't do anything. So it really is adaptation from KC. MKOI still had good things. They still got what they wanted out of their priority picks. But the Akali, well, it's just a very different scenario than last time we saw it.
Closing thoughts on KC, because we saw them last week. I know we were doubting them, the fact that they played against Na'Vi, they played against what was left of Vitality on the Rift. Let's forget about this one. But we had doubts coming on today, especially against MKOI.
Exactly.
So doubters here?
Well, my doubts have kind of, went away. I thought the early game didn't really, the shining light that they had in the early games against GX and Na'Vi, I had doubts where they could. But come mid-game, they slammed. They slammed in the same way they slammed against GX and Na'Vi, because they were just so incredibly clutch. They came back from a deficit to this game because it wasn't easy, but they found it in a very consistent way.
So far, KC paint the Rift blue in that first game in this best of 5, but we know that both teams are willing to go the distance here in the 5 games that they have. Let's see what happens next.
I'm going on Nico. Go Nico.
3v3.
Is it stun, Javi? No flash scan.
No flash, we beat this.
I'm walking.
I W3, okay? I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
W1.
I can W also.
Orianna's never there. Kobe?
Okay, let's go.
Akali no flash.
It's good. It's good. Their carry is 1 HP. Think about Pantheon.
Hey, you ready to okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Nice. Help.
Yeah. Help.
Help me. Go kill.
Go back.
Go back.
Go back.
Yeah, go back.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that. That method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing. Never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling this so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on. How do you cope? when it never gave you hope. Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow.
It starts blue in our best of 5 towards MSI and our spring grand finals. MKOI on the back burner after what was a great early game, but couldn't find the 5v5s. KC have done this numerous times throughout the split, throughout the years, where their 5v5s just look exceptional when they're hand stiff, they're micro. I mean, you could start big words.
I mean, it was an incredibly tense, like 45-minute, very back and forth game. I think the biggest thing, the biggest draw or takeaway I take from this game was this was an uncharacteristically bad series from JoJo.
Yeah.
He didn't find really any team fight where he knocked it out of the park, where he had a great Akali flank and a great ultimate. He never found it throughout the whole game, and it was a long game. So it was a lot of opportunities where he could have, but KC just shut him down time after time after time. And I do wonder if this can be a confidence loss for him, because Akali looked like one of those picks before that he was so comfortable on.
Well, KC, they chose blue side. KOI chose second pick, so they won that counter pick.
So normal.
We expected, Jack, both Varus and Nautilus to stay on the ban list. Our question was, where does my bad. Where does Ash fall on the list?
Okay, Betty.
My bad.
You're okay.
My bad. Wow. They're going to lock in Vi with Cassio Ash open.
So I think what they're saying is, if you take both the Ashe and the Cassio, then we're going to take the Seraphine. And if you leave either the Cassio or the Ashe, we will take the other.
Because KOI have banned out the Lulu themselves.
Yeah.
Which would be the normal pairing. Nami is still available. Ashe Nami still fine?
Ashe Nami is pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
Okay.
Do you sack? Do you sack and just say Cassiopea's up?
I think you just go the Ashe Seraphine and you give them the Cassio and the Vi. But they take away the Anivia instead.
JoJo's Anivia, undefeated, by the way.
Well, remember
LEC.
that this is Mewin. Flex top.
Yeah.
Oh, it is too. And technically Alvaro, because Alvaro's also been playing it.
In the LEC, we don't really see it in support.
No,
but perhaps today could be the day.
But Alvaro's a real, he cooks a lot in solo queue. So we get Lucian Milio instead.
Deciding not to take away the Seraphine from the Ashe that we've seen happen so many times before. So we're getting to see the Ashe Seraphine combo. It's what, 22 and 4 or something? Has an absolutely ridiculous win rate.
Good, yeah.
But I've been liking the Lucian Milio a lot recently after Lucian got that E buff, which allows him to get an extra E in early game in the combo and also allows him to max that W second. And we saw Kalist last weekend on the Lucian, and he had a really good game on it then as well. And I do think that thus far, there's very little this Lucian really needs to worry about when he's dashing in. He has the Milio cleanse against any of the CC that MKOI has thus far, so unless they get something a little bit stronger to lock him down, I think it's a pretty comfortable game for Kalist to outmaneuver and outplay.
So what's comfortable then? Like Wukong, I see Xin Zhao ban, I see Nocturne ban, I see...
Xin Zhao, Wukong, these champions that have knockups that Milio can't interact with is really good.
Wukong ban incoming or what?
I could definitely see a Wukong ban. It's a strong bruiser. Another champion that would be great for MKOI is the Vi, but obviously Casey's already taken that out. So we'll have to see. It's a Vayne ban instead, actually, from Casey.
Because Casey have to blind pick something.
They want to go Gnar.
Probably Gnar, yes. Yeah. So they're worried about the counter pick from Mewin, and Mewin cooks. Mewin has a deep champion pool. Admittedly, in his recent history, hasn't showcased the craziest of champions in the top lane, but if he was going to play them, now would be the time to do so.
Although if Kana goes for the blind pick Gnar, you know what champ we're probably getting from Mewin? Shyvana, because he's been liking that, and that's kind of spicy.
That's a good predict. Yeah, we haven't seen it from him so far in playoffs, but we did see it during the regular season a bunch. Now the Trundle coming through for KOI. Trundle as a champion right now, I feel like pros and cons. He's really good into short range comps where he can punish. The pillar though, I have to imagine that's quite annoying for the Lucian to deal with.
No, I don't know. I don't think. Maybe I'm just a Trundle hater. I feel like I'm starting to become a Trundle hater. I just don't see. It's really good into the Vi, because whenever the Vi wants to go in, the Trundle will just beat her, and then the 1v1 Trundle is stronger. But as the Lucian, I think the Trundle pillar, it has decent value in like stopping you from dashing in, because if you dash in, the Trundle pillars and just the slow makes it really easy for the rest of MKOI to CC you and lock you up. But as an engage tool this game, I think it has very little value, but I like it as this sort of like disengage and just make the Lucian's life harder in team fights.
Kana Jace, the old Korean top laner special in the meantime. The question is, what are you going to run into this? Because again, Bane's gone. I don't think you're going to play Gnar into it.
No, I think Jace is good into the Gnar.
Malphite I like a lot here.
Malphite angle.
Into Cassio?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
If she doesn't have flash, you just ult her.
As long as you're not on the miasma.
I think Shyvana is good too. Oh, you could just go Sion. Sion is kind of boring though, I feel like. It's like it's good, but we all know it's good.
Yeah, we do. Is that they needed a front line apparently.
So my criticism of KC's draft is they voluntarily picked the Cassio into Ashe Anivia, which I personally think is a mistake.
Yeah.
So just imagine a scenario where Koi are on the dragon. How do you get near that dragon, bro? Like, there is a Sion sitting in the brush, holding his axe, waiting for you to come close. Then there is an Anivia wall shepherding you into Sion's axe. And if you then dodge Sion's axe, you've got Anivia's ultimate that's then waiting with an Ashe arrow to hit you the second that you go past the wall.
True.
The zone control that exists within Koi's comp is terrifyingly strong, and Lucian Cassio is so short range. You do have the poke that comes through from the Jace, and once the Lucian gets the RFC, then you have that dash in quick chunk of HP trade that you can do in the middle lane. But overall, I think that Ashe plus Anivia is such a powerful zone control comp. I think it's going to be challenging for KC to actually approach objectives if Koi is there first.
I completely agree with you, Vetty. I much prefer this MKOI draft because KC has a weird mishmash of styles. They have the Jace and Lucian that kind of wants to poke, but this isn't really a Lucian Nami, right? This is a Lucian Milio. It's more about the DPS rather than just getting that burst down. And then you're also playing Cassio with very little setup other than the Vi. And the Vi is going in on her own, on her lonesome, without much follow-up. I think it's difficult for Yike to have a great performance in this game because he has to carry a lot of different roles. He needs to face check, he needs to engage, and he needs to be the follow-up. That's a difficult task for one person to do.
True. Sorry for people at home who I went over the runes, but this is probably more important. 20-6 right now is this duo that KC let MKOI get their hands on. And once again in the LEC, there is no better combination in the bottom lane right now. Lucian Miller was a result of our first road trip, coming out from people like Paddock. And I cannot remember the other, I apologize. Sam D, sorry, he did break the curse, so he should get respect. Now we are starting with an invade. Importantly enough, there is a ward here on El Yoya's head. So Yike looks like he might be pathing maybe towards up and goes for a vertical jungle himself. El Yoya gets 2, goes down to Krugs. Let's see what Yike does.
And this is part of the strength of playing this Ashe, Seraphine, Trundle composition. You have an incredibly strong 3v3 and one of the strongest 1v1s in the game. But Yike wants to immediately counter it. Oh, El Yoya.
He backed off because he smited the red buff. He's going to go immediately back into his own jungle. Krugs will reset. Yike is here for it. So trying to threaten rather than vertical jungle himself.
So now the pathing of the junglers becomes awkward. So Yike will be faster on the clear to top side. El Yoya doesn't have prio in top lane, which means that crab should go the way of Yike. Fortunately for him, though, Jojo's able to get this early push against the Cassio. Sidesteps the Q. That is how you get control over the matchup into Cassio. She burns through all of her mana trying to trade with you. And so if you can dodge that Q, then your ability to fight against her infinitely increases.
I think the biggest benefit of Yike going back into his own jungle and forcing El Yoya out there is that you avoid Kalist and Busio being split map and completely weak side.
Very true.
Because otherwise Supa and Alvaro could just play incredibly aggressive, chunk them down, and we could see a repeat of what happened game 1 where Kalist will set really far behind. But instead now, Kalist and Busio, while they're still going to be losing lane, it should be a lot more relaxed for them and they should be able to just farm up and just go a few CS behind.
Sure what happened in the mid lane in the meanwhile though, but Yahoo obviously got some Noxious Blast down, and yep, there once again, Deathfire Touch did a bit of work. We're close to Egg. That's kind of how the state of this lane is going, as Jojo's also run out of mana, so he's going to have to back off to the furthest realms near his turret and teleport back in while Yahoo deals with the wave.
Wave is in a... Yeah, actually, it's not too bad, but it's not ideal for Jojo. Still though, he's got a lead for now. He can TP back in. And he's going to come back into lane with...
When you say the lead, you mean the 1 CS lead?
Yeah, he has a lead. What did I say that was incorrect, Jack? Tell me.
No, he has a lead.
That's what I thought.
We'll see if he maintains it. Now it's 2 CS actually.
That is a jungle gank.
Yikes coming in. Crystallize already down. Yehu gets to chase him out. Miasma, easy Vault Breaker into the egg immediately. Elyoy is coming to save the play, but I think this one's already gone. He'll stand and hit Yike a bit, put the pillar down as well, but first blood goes over to Yehu, and easily, well timed to bully Jojo 2 games in a row.
And Yehu got the lead, Very. He got the lead.
That he did, Jack. And that lane, by the way, in its worst possible state. And a double crab for Yike as well. I mean, this early game is simply fantastic for KC.
But Elyoya's timing is good. Kalist is fully committed here. Super gets low, though. What can Elyoya do? On to Busio. Pillars up in the air, but Yike's coming in once again. The fireball kick on Elyoya. Super gets out, but here's Yike. Gets a flash out of the enemy jungler. Rooted up. It's good onto Kalist, but he won't die either. All 3 members walk away. A lot of summoners were burned.
But it's MKOI that burned the majority of the summoners. Elyoya had to flash, Supa had to flash, and Alvaro used that heal as well. Well, it was only Busio who had to burn his own. So now, as Yike gets that level 6, it's going to be really, really scary for Supa to walk up or Elyoya to try to face check.
Looks like early game for KC really couldn't be going better. Even top lane right now is bullying Kingdom for Kana once again. He gets another matchup versus a tank on another carry. And as Kana gets pushed in here, he's already done damage to a plate. He's looking for the next one here, but he's just farming grass stacks in the meantime as well.
Yeah, I mean, KC really couldn't ask for much better of a start, aside from, you know, just an ace. It's one of those situations where your jungler gets both crabs, you get a kill into mid lane, you burn all of bot summoners, you've just set up so many great opportunities. Now the dragon is alive. So, Kalist now has a lot of agency to actually fight the bot lane a lot more, knowing that he has that summoner spell advantage. He can just afford to burn his barrier in a trade, knowing that, well, you can't barrier back. And his use of the Q is good. And now Kalist finds himself with push, which does enable Vi to start the dragon. Of course, Vi is on the top side of the rift, so it's unlikely that that one's going to start immediately. But it sets them up nicely, KC, to continue pushing with the advantage that they've already been able to gain.
It's really not what you wanted as the MKOI bot lane. You wanted to be the one punishing them in the early game. While the Seraphine does scale up really nicely, a big strength of this Ashe Seraphine is how obnoxious it is to deal with this in the early laning phase. But as you can see, like, Kalist is just landing every single Q, able to poke down both Alvaro and Supa. And even though Yike was on the top side, as you said, Vedi, I think he can just path up to Drake now and they can do it for free.
Find out. I mean, I do feel like, again, the fact that Kalist and Busio have so much freedom in this lane does come down to Yike. Yike, 2 games in a row now, has had pretty decent jungle performances as well. And let's not forget, versus Elyoya, this is a hard task considering that Elyoya's really had this rise up in playoffs as well, especially up against G2. Felt like we're getting some of the old Capitan of Spain. It sounds so much worse when I don't say it in Spanish.
Well, we say that, but like we have to remember that in the early game in Game 1, he committed both ults into trying to gank the bot lane Ezreal that just fell short.
That is true.
And we kind of expected there more to be more pressure thrown towards mid lane, especially with Yehu not having flash. So I will say that Elyoya, he didn't have a great Game 1. Not that it was necessarily a bad Game 1, but the early game impact that I was kind of expecting him to have wasn't really there, in contrast to Yike Skana that pulled off 2 successful ganks in the early game and had massive impact in the team fights.
And at least in this game, Elyoya has been more around the map. My point being is now he's here. Looking at this jungle head-to-head. Vault Breaker, it's a flash onto Elyoya. Cease and desist, waiting. Use now the pillar. Flash over by Yehu with the miasma down. Elyoya getting seared out. Petrifying Gaze does his job. Yike in trouble. No, he Vault Breakers back in with the help of a cozy campfire. KC a warm and cozy inside. It looks great again as they go back to Dragon.
And KC are 4 while MKOI is 3. Supa stayed on the bot wave, still level 5. He didn't move up, so they didn't have the numbers to actually fight back up against KC. And that led to Elyoya's demise, combined with the fact that he didn't have the flash from the previous fight that we talked about. He had no way of getting out from this play, and that's what led Yike having so much confidence to continue. And that's the first Drake now for KC.
Confidence is the word that I love there. As a flash comes through from Yike, the wall already used from Jojo, he has to take the long way around. But then the arrival of Busio completely changes the dynamic. The extra bit of healing, no Ashe present in the fight. KC simply take advantage of the fact that, hey, you're not allowed to be here, Elyoya. Let me prove why. and they successfully find a punish. 2 kills now for KC, first Dragon of the game, and a 1.7k gold lead.
And it's an incredibly worrying trend for MKOI because you picked this Trundle, you picked this Ashe Seraphine to win in the early game. You level 1 invaded, you wanted to get full control of the map, and now Ayoya is down 500 gold. He might be able to pick up all the grubs, at least going to get some of them as a reconciliation prize, but still it's not the early game that you were looking for with this combo.
I mean, I will say, we talked about it in draft. KOI do have a lot of zone control with their composition. As the game continues, I believe it will be harder for KC to contest these objectives, assuming KOI can get position on the objectives. Leverage their zone control, leverage the amount of CC they have. Kana, he will be able to walk away to safety here. So I think that KOI do have late game options. It kind of depends to me on how much of an advantage KC can build with the solid lead that they've already been able to grow.
Every single lane at that as well. Yahoo having a great day, but also him with Yike, I think, have been working really nicely together. As Yike looks deep again, Ayoya found out on the rotation towards Raptors. Yahoo there to respond because he's always had this mid push, sitting at about a 10 CS lead, a little bit under. But Yahoo moves with him, and Yike feels safe knowing that his mid laner can pounce at any time.
Mirwin has stabilized though. When we looked at the matchup at 5 minutes, Kana was up around 400, 500 gold, and that's actually been reduced now to only 300. So quite a big contrast to last game where we saw Kana just build that gold lead up and up and up until he got to near 4,000 gold near the end. So that's a really good sign, as Mirwin can be a great tank in this game because there's very little tank healing damage from KC.
At an angle as well. Yike has already Vault Break it. There's the second one, and so Mirwin just holding to nothing. MKOI have done this a lot so far in this series. A lot of commitment when there are just gap closers available, like the Ezreal, like the Vi there.
A little bit optimistic, that one.
He was really hoping that he could drift that one in.
Yeah, that would be crazy if he could do that.
At a 90-degree angle.
Yeah, Yike. He will be able to dash away to safety.
Yeah.
He will. Now the Raptors being contested. Busio, I don't think you can really do much to protect them. Good effort though, supporting your jungler.
True.
Doesn't have the spellbook to smite it away.
It's a shame. Look, this early game. Oh, it's not good, is it? I mean, for MKOI, we did talk about, you know, the layers of their composition. Let's see how it goes around Dragon. First one already went to KC. 2 minutes time. I'm going to be looking at those item spikes, and I am once again going to be looking at. Am I looking at Super? Am I looking at Jojo? I mean, the
Who are you
looking
at, Jake?
I'm trying to be optimistic about MKOI here and think about how they approach next strike.
I think you should be.
Okay.
Ultimately, I think that we have an interesting where, in my opinion, I might be wrong, but I feel that KOI's team fighting comp is better.
Yeah.
But KC demonstrated better team fighting in game 1. So the question becomes, can KC get around the constraints of their comp, which is mainly that they are a relatively short-range composition.
I do think, I've mentioned a lot how it's pretty bad for MKOI to lose the early game when they're playing this Ashe Seraphine Trundle. And while it is true that when you're looking, especially this Trundle, and you do want to win the early game, that doesn't mean I think that you're getting outskilled. This Ashe Seraphine is still going to have incredibly high value as the game progresses, just due to how much healing and shielding the Seraphine does and how much DPS the Ashe can do. We might have a fight brewing here.
Let's see. Vault Breaker was just used. Yike may be caught on out. 3 members going to turn into 4. Yike flashes away. Blast Cone there as Miasma zones up from Yahoo, but they do get Yike's Summoner, and they get a bit of Prio top. But remember, it is Dragon where it's at here. So we'll see if the flashless Yike is worth it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, MKOI, they get the flash, and now they're just going to push out top and presumably base to open up towards that Dragon and then play for it. They could also just choose to stay topside here and drop the Dragon completely. The only thing is I feel like they don't have that much pressure. They can't take the plates, but Kana actually, because he doesn't have any vision for himself, is going to completely respect and be fine. But we'll see if Mirwin is in trouble.
I think Mirwin's not going to pay the respect as well. Back not going to be cancelled. Instead, it's only 2. Yikes here. Mirwin, they're expecting, might just ulti out. Maybe Yike can do it himself with the denting blows. He shreds through the armor. Vault Breaker after Vault Breaker. And there's a hearty shield there from Mirwin as he flashes. So they do get a summoner out in response from the top laner, who's now at half HP. But meanwhile, you said MKOI are going to commit to the top side. Here they are, committing to the turret.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that KOI is completely foregoing the Dragon, but I guess they're arguing.
Oh, flash hit from Busio right in front. Soccer ball not going to reach. Busio stops the ulti. Dragon's going to go down at the cost of first turret for MKOI.
I mean, he did stop him.
He did.
we'll see if that's the extent of the players. They do threaten a dive, but I do not think that there is a dive here onto this Scion.
This is the power of the Scion that MKOI are using really well here. You see how large of a contrast it is. Scion can just stay bolt even when there's 3 people and not have to worry at all. But now Jojo finding
Breaker in vision, decimating smash, cease and desist, a buffer, and Arrow's going to miss as it comes down, but Yike only just gets out. Here's the encore though. Cozy Campfire saves out. Jojo flashes into melee range. Petrifying Gaze saves the play from Yehu. MKOI had a bit of follow-up there, and Yehu stares him in the face and says no. Subjugate, flash from Elyoya. Kalisz gets out though, and Yehu's still here. Now the Cassiopeia, free range, flashing in, getting those noxious blasts, and a Twin Fang. Elyoya first to go into the egg as Jojo went in too close again. A horrible day for the Canadian mid laner as KC pick up 2.
And MKOI overcommitted. They went too deep. They didn't have the CC to actually chase them down. And you see the desperation. Jojo flashes over the wall. Elyoya wants to continue to play with flash. Alvaro flashes in, but Busio with the ultimate buys so much time. KC can kite back, Kana TP's in, that now it's 4 kills for KC, and the game is slipping out of MKOI's grasp.
Yeah, I think that this play is a little overcommittal from Yike. He realizes that the wall is there, so he has to do something. The cleanse will come through to get him to safety. This flash from Jojo I don't hate, but the counter ultimate from Yehu is good. At this point you have to disengage, but no. KOI choose to chase. A flash in from the Trundle was simply too much. Like, Mirwin doesn't have anything. There's nothing for him to contribute in this fight. He needed to base like 2-3 minutes ago, and the fact that they committed so hard was a mistake.
Back off. Oh, too much.
He's right. He is definitely right.
I mean, KC just were happy to take that. At a certain point, you go way too deep. You use too many resources, and KOI, they end up getting punished for it. KC now with a 2k gold lead. That bot tower should hand over some plates, but kind of doing the exact same thing on the cross map.
He's going to get it by himself. Omni Vamp boots, by the way, if we just take note of the items. While Grub's being taken by MKOI, gives him a bit of leverage here to push this turret a little bit quicker. Kalisz sending it in onto Super. He's going to kite away. He's culling out. Super takes the brunt of it, gets healed up, and half HP. Alvaro will see to that while MKOI continue on bot turret.
I think that fight for me, it shows why I'm kind of a Trundle hater. Because I think what this team comp from MKOI really needed, they have such great zone control in the Ashe, Seraphine, and the Anivia, but they needed a champion that goes and really seals it all together. The champ that is the glue for this team comp to make it so that a pick becomes a kill. Because you see how it's so easy for KC to slip out of the chain CC from MKOI, to just kite back and get out of the CC. So it's so difficult for MKOI to actually execute plays.
Arrow quickly cleansed by Busio. Elyoya moved into the mid lane. He's deep again. Subjugate out, but Seasons is going to buffer it. Encore's not bad with decimating smashes. Yike, okay. And the trade is going up actually as MKOI are trying to find the trade back onto Kana. He'll get a kill out. It's turned messy, but Kalisz, we look at the front of the fight, and Super is lining them up. A double kill down, and MKOI, the pounds, finally catches the beast.
I mean, what do we expect? It's KOI versus KC, and KOI, just like that, find a beautiful fight. It starts with the Herald, the response from Mirwin, the arrow gets cleansed, and Elyoya, it looks like he's too deep. But this is also the value of the Trundle. Your durability in the midst of the fight, the healing that is constantly coming through from Alvaro as well, was enough to keep him alive. The chase down onto Kalisz.
Oh, and Super now in trouble as well. Noxious Blast connect, Twin Fang and Petrifying Gaze. A death sentence from Medusa. Yehu now in the thick of it though. Elyoya is coming in onto Jojo. The pillar saves his life. Yehu is still a demon despite MKOI finding the last fight.
Okay, Super got picked off. I don't know exactly how. Maybe he went for the red buff and then he got picked off. He had a lot of gold in his pockets after that fight. You can see he bought quite a few items there. And I guess I'm wrong. I thought the Trundle wouldn't have much value, but with all the healing and shielding from the Seraphine, you can buy so much time to give them so much more durability. And I think this fight perfectly displays how both team comps want to fight. KC, they just want to kite back and try to maneuver around the zone control and don't give a straight-up fight for MKOI, because if Ashe can just auto-attack, if Anivia can just freeze you and run you down, and Seraphine healing and shielding, they have all the cards to actually win in these team fights. As Super was recalling on a ward.
He had no idea.
This is a classic. I mean, this is not even his bad. Like, I understand. You know,
You like the sus behavior as well. He's trying to pretend he's walking up river, choose another bush just in case. And then it is an execution. Jojo also was in a bit of trouble without a Trundle Pillar to save his life. Yehu's up, 1,300 gold. So is Kana. Solo lanes of KC again versus bot lane again of MKOI.
Yeah, so game state-wise, what does this actually mean? Well, KOI got a nice injection of gold, and so their carries are in a much better position. Now, when it comes to contesting these objectives, we get to see the strength of KOI's comp. It slows KC down. That's one of the most important things, because KOI needed that breather. They needed to stop KC from accelerating the game, and with third dragon going their way, we now find ourselves in an interesting mid-game, because KC do still have the advantage with Yehu sitting on a lot of gold, similar to Kana. But the question becomes, can they close the gap against this KOI comp? Because they have a real risk with the amount of utility that KOI have of fumbling the execution of those shots.
Close call here. Busio just narrowly avoids it. Up, Kalist down. So Arrow's down for a little bit.
I love what you're saying, Reddy. Something else that I think is interesting to point out is the fact that Busio decided to go for the Mikhails, which is completely reasonable, right? He's playing against Ashe, Seraphine, and Nivea. There's so much CC. But what this means is that Alvaro was able to just go for the Echoes of Helia instead, which is just such a stronger actual fighting combat item, giving him so much more healing and shielding than Busio can actually provide in these team fights. So if Alvaro can play slower fights where the Ashe can auto-attack and everything kind of goes how MKOI wants it, I think that's where you really see the Seraphine and the Ashe shine truly.
It is pretty difficult for Super to land an ult.
That's true. And even if he does, it's either going to get melee ulted
exactly.
or Mikhail.
It is. So, yeah, but hey, he's going to have to use it at some point.
Damage.
And there's that poke now coming through from Kana.
A Yike Vault Breaker. Is he going to do it? That turret, minimal HP, going to go down.
Yeah, Mirwin is on a flank here, very deep. They could look to collapse on it.
They are indeed. Maybe get the
ulti
out.
To Mirwin, what about the middle lane?
Let's see. Pillars out onto Kalist, but he's fine. The arrow's going to hit Busio. He holds on for a little bit. He's still got his heal, but he's stunned up. Doesn't get to move. The layering of CC from MKOI shown once again as mid-turret for the siege, while Mirwin was the chase in top.
Well, we call him Super, but we might have to call him Legolas after that one. Getting the arrow onto Busio there. Busio thought Kalist would tank it, so that's why he Mikhails onto Kalist, and then once Busio gets CC'd, that means he can't ulti himself, so then he gets CC chained and dies.
Yeah, good spot there. Really, he did trust Kalist way too much. He thought, you tank, I cleanse, we'll be fine.
Killer. Yeah, who found out? That's a TP
now look
deep
at that.
in enemy
Look
lines.
at that map. The zone control that comes. There's a pillar, a wall, and a Nivea ultimate. You get zoned off that space. You have to concede this area of the map. And this is the strength of KOI's comp that we were talking about earlier. Conceding the mid game, it was about how much could KC accelerate it, but that one fight in mid slowed things down, and now KOI is really coming online with that comp.
But it's funny that you say the strength, because I feel like that looks like a weakness. Like, that looks like Yehu was caught and you would at least get his flash, and Mirwin even TP'd thinking it was going to be a
face checking. Wait. Cozy can't fire down. Super thinking about what he can do over the wall. There's Mirwin to zone out as well. Roar of the Slayer slowed down. Cozy Campfire gets him out of dodge, yet the barrier flash. Meanwhile, there's a Vault Breaker and a dead Elyoya. They were looking for a pick on Kana as the turret went down, but Kana had his jungler by his side.
Mid-tower will go down the way of KOI, but KC keep their AD carry alive, and they successfully find a pick on the bottom lane as KOI was trying to force a pick onto Kana. Jojo now, has he been spotted?
Does he have the damage to one-shot Kana?
No, he does not.
Busio's also
and
on a
they
ward.
spotted Busio, so they're just going to have to give this one up. I would say the downside for KC, was that Yehu did use his TP. He TP'd towards bot lane. He thought a bigger fight was going to happen. It didn't, so he didn't really get a ton of value out of it. But fortunately, in terms of the overall map state, KC's still in a good spot. What was an even gold state now goes the way of KC, with a lot of the gold advantage sitting on Kana. Level 15 on the Jace, 2 items completed. I imagine on his base, he will look to complete his third, and he is very much Korean Jace right now.
Yes, indeed. Both times, Kana coming out of lane with a massive lead and then accelerating that quite a bit. Here in this game, let's find out how he approaches these objectives, because as we said, for MKOI, it seems pretty strategic, it seems pretty straightforward, right? Running to this next objective, they'll be down a little bit of gold. Kana's running in now with Yehu on the side. Miasma down, Noxious Blast, and the damage he flashes. Doesn't have the ulti up, the chase down is unrelenting from this Cassiopeia, but they just got to summon it from the top laner. They get bot pressure here on KC as well, and it doesn't look like they're losing that much across the map.
MKOI, they have no actual counterplay here.
This.
No cross map, yeah. Yeah, that
traffic cone.
Traffic cone. Kalist needs to be wary and give up the mid prio, but he will do so willingly. It is the Ocean Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, and MKOI have full control of the area. We'll have to see how KC enter. Yike is quite far away.
Mirwan actually hasn't based yet. He's at about 50% HP. Khan has kept the pressure up. He wants to have enough gold to complete that item. But in doing so, can he get back in time? He has the TP, and here it goes.
I mean, this could be dangerous. Mirwan, as you said, at half HP. With his ulti, it has to be a big one. Dragon's going to be taken down by MKOI. Okay, no contest, but now getting out. Miasma down, lay it down. Culling as well, interrupted by the pillar. MKOI group up as 5, but now Yehu gets flashed on. He's a target. Petrify goes only onto 1. Meanwhile, Yike comes in to save the day. Kalist running into a Scion. Mirwan gets a stun up. The Encore's big as well. MKOI will not disband. They're staying as a group, but Elyoya didn't get the mission objective. A 1-for-1 so far as Yehu runs at them. So does the Jace damage as well. KC is starting to win the fight. MKOI had one job. Stay group, pick a target, but KC disrupted them, pulled them apart, and are looking juicy for a second game in a row.
It's a masterclass in team fighting from KC. The patience that they have, they pull MKOI apart. And once they see a weakness, they pounce. They take down Elyoya, and just after that, Yike knows he can go in. They can take down Supa, and with that, KC are going to take the Baron Nashor.
Excellent patience from what felt like a very difficult fight. Yehu is on the flank and he's getting collapsed on. The Scion is tanking up so much of the damage, but the flash onto Yehu, his ulti then gets sidestepped. It's looking dire, but the key moment is here. As Kalist is able to flash away to safety, Elyoya gets isolated. That is the go signal for Yike, and now there's no one to protect the Ashe. Yike then ultis onto him. I mean, really good target focus from Yike. The Q onto Elyoya, the ulti onto Supa. With them gone, it just becomes a matter of cleanup.
Because the difference today that we've seen is that KC in the 5v5s are just outclassing MKOI so far. You know, we come out of the early game, we see conditions, we see, you know, the bounce back that we saw on bot side 5-10 minutes ago. But now we sit in a 4K gold lead in Baron. We sit after a KC destructive fight that puts their solo lanes even further ahead. Yet again, Kana is almost 4,000 gold up. Yet again, Yehu is doing a lot better than Jojo today and showing up as the better mid.
Yeah, I think Yehu and Yike are just having great series.
They are too,
They're having really good target focus, good impact in the team fights, and you're just kind of relying on Kalist and Kana to do their job, which is exactly what they have been doing, and that is do damage. They've been very good at doing exactly that. Now with the Baron, KC will begin their siege. The good news for Koi is they deny Soul Point, and with Anivia, they have a lot of wave clear available to them. There is the split push threat of Kana always present, but right now he's sitting in the mid lane. They're creating a 4-1 setup. But again, the Anivia wave clear is proving a thorn in the side of KC.
I want to say for MKOI, if Supa can get uptime, I see 3 items. I see an Infinity Edge. We talked a lot about MKOI, and I'm just going to use the word ease of execution, or maybe easier execution. We came out of draft saying we prefer MKOI's draft.
I think KC are just maneuvering really well around the MKOI draft. They're not going, like you see that Drake fight, if KC go too fast in there, that is just clean up city for Ashe Seraphine. Like Ashe can just kill whoever goes in, they one-shot the Vi, but it's by being so patient, it's super difficult for Supa to ever get a carry.
Flat season assist, no reaction from Supa. The encore to save his life, not indeed. Kalist opens up with the kill, decimating smash. A good angle though, but even under turret, KC are unrelenting. That turret is now gone. The culling now out. Subjugate through, the crystallizer stop the play, but Yehu is next in line. Petrifying gaze onto the tank, Sign and Yike's back in action. He won't be needed though, because the poke, the follow-up is KC's doing.
Patience is sometimes what you need, but aggression and pinpoint accuracy can also come hand in hand. Great engage from Yike, recognizing that Supa just wouldn't be able to react in time. Flash, ulti, lockdown onto Supa. Kalist was there to deal the damage. KC find themselves a kill, they find the bot tower, and they are accelerating game 2 their way.
Baron's going to give it away. Baron's going to give it away, though.
I'm super curious with this replay, because I feel like we never see this combo. It's Yike ulting and then flashing to give Supa no chance to react. And then it was the Cassiopeia W as well that he couldn't flash out of. So Supa really had no way to play around it, and then KC could just run them down after that. Like, I will say MKOI, they didn't get lucky coming out of this, but you easily could imagine if KC had a little bit more going, they get 1 or 2 more kills, this would be the end of the game for MKOI.
Yeah, it does feel like we're headed towards that anyway. Yes, Dragon Soul's been stopped. 25 seconds. It feels like KC are going to get the next one. 6,000 gold. 4,500 is again on that top lane, and I want to stress the fact that he is 1 item away from a full build. 7 stacks on those Omni-Vamp boots as well. So Kana's having a great game. We need to question, how does a poke fit into this mismatch of a
I mean, if you're 4,000 gold ahead, suddenly you are the poke up,
yeah,
you know, like.
You feel like 3 people. Yeah, who want to flank? Level 16. This is the dragon that MKOI want to take away and keep game 2 alive. They are fighting at a disadvantage. Jojo at an angle, wondering, where's this Cassiopeia? Put the Glacial Storm down, Flash Frost. Yike is found out, cease and desist again. Yehu comes in from the back, whittling away Jojo. Yes, they get Yike though, as Yehu has to flash into the egg, slows things down, but the jungler is dead. A breath of fresh air as Elyoya gets spaced out by Kalist, but Dragon now a possibility as KC did this time go a bit fast.
That's exactly what MKOI needed. If Yike makes one mistake, this comp is so volatile, and he is really the one brick that is holding this whole house together for KC. If he falls, the rest of their champions don't really have any agency, and with that, it's a 3rd dragon for MKOI, and there's hope at the end of the tunnel.
If we get a replay, oh, Jojo, he's going to stay for an extra wave. Could this be Yehu's angle of attack?
He used the Q, that's really the goal.
The Viper lies in wait, hoping for a face check, won't get it. And he's going to play smart. Yehu going to back off. So watch the wall from Jojo, because this is the most important piece of the puzzle. When the collapse is coming through from KC on multiple sides, Jojo recognizes the flank is there, gets engaged on, a quick flash from him, and then look at this wall right here. Completely cuts them off.
Wow.
Kalist cannot follow up. They're completely isolated from the rest of the team, and I don't think that the engage is bad, but again, that CC really came to fruition, and zone control of KOI's comp, where when you play in that choke point, they actually have a lot of tools available to them.
It's exactly what MKOI needs. If they can kite back the initial engage from KC, and then regroup with the Seraphine and Ashe, they have so much damage on these carries that they can easily win any sort of team fight. It's just that KC has been outmaneuvering them thus far, but we see how easily the balance can really swing if one thing goes wrong.
That Jace is level 18, 4 items. I feel like a Shock Blast on this level 14 Ashe is going to knock her down to, what, like, at least 50%.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Now I want to see it.
Because you're not the Ashe.
Yeah, I'm not the Ashe. And then it's like, when I'm thinking of my solo queue games where that would happen to me, and it's like, oh, it's not just me.
I mean, he has so much lethality, and there's 82 base armor on the Ashe.
Are you trying to do the math here?
Yeah, I mean, he's got...
Okay, we just saw it on Seraphine. It was not that much.
Okay.
It was a lot, but not that much.
Well, we're building up towards that point where Kana, his poke is... Oh,
okay, that was a bit more.
There it is. Press W quick. Yikes on the way in with GA and Flash. He's not going to pull the trigger now, but that's going to give time for MKOI's bottom lane to heal up. Baron is a thought with all that poke as Kana holds the choke to make sure MKOI are warded off.
All right, will the Baron start? Looks like no. This is KOI's opportunity to push in the mid wave. Kalist is there to answer though. Can't overstep too much because the Anivia wall is a threat. There's the E back up though. Sadby thrown out from Kalist.
Yike angle again though. He's always fishing.
He's gonna get spotted out on that control ward though.
I think he knows it's there, but he wants to clear it. He knows that they don't really have anything to go on him. So he's just going to clear
bot wave. Jack, look at this bot wave.
That's a huge bot wave.
Who has TP right now? Kana doesn't. Yeah, who does? So he's going to have to be the... He's top lane right now.
He want the wave that badly.
I mean, they're putting pressure. They're putting pressure. The top wave, though, for KC, no one is responding to that. Someone's going to go catch that wave ASAP. Looks like it's going to be Jojo.
That sound was kind of random. I don't know.
But, I mean, I guess low cooldown, right? We're still like 30, 40.
It's not a huge loss.
But it's just, yeah.
I don't know what the play was.
If
I guess he just wanted to fast clear the wave so that they could give KOI a cleaner back.
Yeah.
Would be my idea.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
He went ninth, about third, by the way. So Miwin definitely putting the eggs in what I would assume is the super basket. I haven't seen attachments yet. He didn't click on him, though. There's no arrow pointing. I don't know how it works in Spectator, but I would assume maybe saving it for the fight to see. But either way, nice foul.
No, he just used it right there.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah, just there. He put it onto super.
Okay, there you go.
Super's 4 items. Has a gold lead still on Kalist. very, very strong on this Ashe. And the biggest threat he really needs to worry about is the Jace poke and the Vi ultimate. So if they can start a fight before Kana has had time to prepare and poke them down, then it's really only allowed not giving Yike the angle to go in. Because if you're positioned well as the Ashe, and Yike goes too deep, we've seen what happened before, Jojo can just wall off the follow-up, and then they can one-shot Yike and kite them out.
Well, Baron still sits 45 seconds to the Drake. Soul point here for MKOI. Casey need to interrupt. All on the line in this best of 5. Momentum here for Casey would be everything. Being 2-0 up against MKOI, they'd be one step closer to their first MSI.
Infinity at Chunkalist, that's a big spike for him. He's going to be doing not as much damage as Supa in the DPS department, but certainly in the burst. Kalist can now compete. We'll have to see. It's going to come down to the team fights, as this series has thus far. And we've seen KC with great team fighting. But the ease of execution, I do still think lies with MKOI, as long as they're the ones in control. And they have control of the Dragon. It's spawning in 5 seconds.
The in. Kana's joining. I'm wondering if he got his last item.
Melt it. I think they genuinely just try to melt it.
Super gets hit hard. No last item there from Kana, but it's enough damage. They're melting it, as you said. Ocean Soul on the line. 4, 3, 2. Yike flashes in. Cease and desist nearby. And the petrifying gaze. Dragon goes down to the trundle, but for MKOI, they've been routed from all sides. Yahoo is untouched and gets a free fire. The Fang after Fang. Meanwhile, Kana took down a petty Seraphine with 3 in the dirt. Casey again, team fighting masterclass.
The cost of rushing the Dragon meant that you had no room to set up. The focus was tunneled on securing the Soul, and Casey had the perfect setup. Yahoo on the flank, the target focus from Yike was excellent once again, and now Casey had the Nexus in their eyes.
They need to stay alive. Miwan's going to flash away. Kalist will step up to the plate, but Inhibitor at bare minimum going down. 15 seconds for Super. Can Casey end? Miasma down. Yike has Miwan in the crown. That was easily done. KC on now the Nexus turret. One already dropping down. Miwan gets out of zombie form. Elyoya's left alone. They're trying to buy time for Super, but the minion wave's coming in. KC close to being on the door of a series win for MSI and for finals. MKOI came in today looking for revenge, but it looks like KC had their number as 3 come up. Petrifying gaze again. Yahoo over Jojo today has been easy to say.
And MKOI did a trade we've seen many times. It's the Soul for the Nexus. KC played the fight better, as they have all game, and will take the series to match point.
A 4-0-14 scoreline for Yahoo, 5-2-12 for Yike. This mid-jungle duo is clapping right now.
It was Busio as we hand it over to Shox.
Yes, definitely so. A 2-0, and so quickly, Busio. Where are your opponents?
Yeah, they just have no tactics.
The tactics, we've heard about it so much. Did some of the tactics have to do with your team fighting? Because, oh my god, it's on a different level today.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of team fight tactics. You know, like, they have a pretty good 5v5 comp there at the end, but we're able to start the fight one-shotting Ashe, so I think the boys are just playing great, so it's making the team fights very easy.
Yes, but Busio, reverse sweeps do happen. In fact, they happened in this studio a while ago. So, is it going to be that time again? How are you going to stop it?
We're just not going to think any differently than the previous 2 games. Just play the same, you know, don't let it get to our head, and we should be fine.
Okay, thank you. You can go and join your team. As if we're going to see a reverse sweep, who knows, but we're going to see a break right now.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm a crushing.
Whoops.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close.
Let's get electrified. Let's get electrified.
Red Bull gives you wings. Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
Free range, flashing in, getting those noxious blasts into Twin Fang and Yoya first to go. Into the Eggers, Jojo went in too close again.
Lucian.
Just 1 HP.
Lucian.
Yeah.
Case first. W in 2.
Cash no flash,
I got Emilio.
Chase down onto Kalis.
Oh, and Super now in trouble as well. Noxious Blast connect, Twin Fang and petrifying gate.
6k.
Can you look now, guy?
Yeah, I'm looking Ash. I'm looking Ash.
It's dead. Nice. Don't push any better.
Yes.
I saw bolt. Nice.
Go back.
Come here, Super.
Well, come here.
2 seconds.
No flash.
No.
You're standing there. Okay, I ulted him. Kill him.
Kill
Kill him all. One more.
So much excitement on the side of Yehu, and for a good reason. They are 2-0 here against MKOI in our qualifying match for MSI and for the grand finals. And now, I want to quote a grand man and what he said ahead of this game.
Finn, come on.
There is no way MKOI loses this game.
Don't touch me. Say it out loud
but
for
they
everyone.
should have won this game.
Then what happened?
I don't know what happened to MKOI. Where was the MKOI last week that just pushed G2 to 5 games? They were dominating the team fights. Current MKOI, they're not doing anything. Georgiapune is an egg so much, getting fried, getting boiled, getting steamed. I think the only thing he's not getting after this game is poached.
Okay.
Because he is just absolutely like dying to every gang.
Okay, Finn, I have one for you. Production, give me the wonderful replay. The replay that sets the tone for this lovely game we just have seen. And I want Finn to tell me, Finn, okay, pause right now, please.
Okay.
Finn.
Freeze frame, how do we end up
Where
here?
is, no, it's not even that, but where is your coordination? Where is that setup that you were talking about, Elioya, that he's setting this fight up so well and that everything is so fine? Because if we play this replay out right now, the only thing I see, you're just getting corralled like sheep. What's happening? Where is the coordination?
So weird. They're doing the dragon, and Casio is walking all the way around them. But instead of running away from the Casio, they do not know that if you run into Casio, you get stunned.
Where's your front
They could have
line?
just turned left and go into the other side. Casio is flanking.
They couldn't do anything. This was just the KC masterclass. You're just getting dragged around, and you looked at that team fight, and now Oli, show me what's on the line. What's on the line?
Going on
Look at this ticket going away from you, Finn. Your team, this ticket to MSI is just going away, and you're just seeing it live in 4K.
You're so happy right now, Adam.
Yeah.
It's pissing me off.
Yeah. And sometimes you have to take L's, Finn. It's all right. It happens. Today is MKOI.
Yeah.
At the other time was KC. That's just how it goes.
And they're making really uncharacteristic mistakes. I remember when we were in Madrid, something we said is, regardless of the inconsistencies, you can always count on MKOI and especially on Elioya to rally the rest of the team. But I feel like he hasn't been on the same page as the rest of his team today and has a hard time finding a space and his place, actually, in all these team fights.
I mean, none of the plays they're making are working. And
Yeah.
I'm not going to be the one to criticize the draft, because I think the draft this game was actually good. Okay, now we have this replay in front of us. I just need to question one thing here. I want you to look at Elioya. I need to understand his thought process here a little bit, because before this, Mirwin did a great play. They were sending a lot of people to attack Mirwin, and he constantly was deflecting the attempts. But here Elioya just flashes in on Trundle. Like, it's not a Vi, it's not a Shinsha, it's not a Pumpkin. You don't actually have any hard CC. And now all of MKOI just falters. And I think this comes down to MKOI needs to go back to the basics. When I think about MKOI, I think about Alvaro on Engage, Mirwin on funny champions, Elioya on something that could, together with Jojo, can control the game. Right now, Jojiapune and Mirwin are losing their lanes really hard. The only shining light right now is that bot lane in Supa and Alvaro, but Alvaro is not an Engage, you can't really facilitate that. And Elioya, when Jojiapune is looking a little bit behind, feels a little bit lost. It seems like they're so used to playing when Jojiapune is ahead that suddenly when he's behind, they just don't know how to progress the game forward anymore.
You talk about Mirwin on funny champions. I'm just wondering if it's going to be enough, because we have to find a way to contain that beast of Kana on top lane.
Listen, it's been a really long time since I've seen a top laner be 5k gold up, and I think it goes back to what Finn was saying. We need Alvaro on Engage for Mirwin to have a little bit more space to take over the game.
You know what? When things don't work in the Rift, maybe the sixth man of the team can help. Las Carpas, they have been loud, they have been cheering for the team. Shocks, what do we have on the side of the fans here?
Oh, I have some Carpas with me for sure. Yes, always there. First question has to be, ¿Qué pasa? What's going on? What's going wrong?
What's going on? We need Alvaro here to take some Engage, to take the lead and reverse sweep.
Yeah, do you agree with Finn's point? Engage for Alvaro. He's the one who's going to be the key to this entire series.
I do, definitely.
Yes, I know it's also your birthday, so feliz cumpleaños, Victor. Now, the bad news is you're down 0-2. The good news is that team knows a lot about reverse sweeps. Okay, so give me some hype. Give me, for the Las Carpas here, for everybody at home, how they're going to do it. Give me some words about how the fans still have faith in the boys on stage.
We do have faith. We do not have voice, but this is my birthday, so they're gonna give me the second LEC. So you just have to do it. Yeah. Come on, Alvaro, you can.
You can. All right, let's go. Vamos. Alvaro, he can do it.
The fans never stop believing, and why should they? We've seen MKOI do it time and time again, and I do feel like if there's a team we can trust to turn things around when it's not expected, it has to be this team.
Okay, listen, I just glazed KC out of the stratosphere, but MKOI did reverse sweep me one time.
I mean, you've been there, yeah.
LEC reverse swept me when I expected it the least. I thought it was the freest final of my life, and he just showed me that it was not. So if there's one team that is absolutely always scary, it has to be MKOI with LEC.
I mean, to me, it really comes down to that we haven't really seen MKOI play yet. It feels like both Game 1 and Game 2, they weren't really participating, except for I think Supa had actually a really good series so far. It feels like we haven't seen MKOI as that 5-man that we always praise them. So I have faith that once MKOI kind of gets into the groove again, keeps finding these picks together with LEC and Alvaro, they can actually make a comeback.
And it was the same versus me. The first 2 games I had versus MKOI, I thought that they were the freest wins of my life. But that's the problem. When you go into Game 3 on the side of KC, you really need to be careful that you don't relax too much. Sure, you had 2 games in a row where your top side was completely destroying MKOI's top side, but it doesn't matter. It's a new game and everything can still happen.
Now, it's the last opportunity that where MKOI can do it. If you look at the drafts, we know that MKOI is going to have that last pick, this ability to counter pick wherever they can. If the cohesion doesn't come from the tip play, how do you make sure that you have the right tools to execute?
I mean,
you said it, Finn.
I mean, you need Alvaro on Engage. We saw him on the Karma. We saw him on the Seraphine. I don't like it. I don't like it. I want to see, like, Nautilus is still up and available. Psych, it's banned. But there is still Rel. There's still Syra Khan you can go for. I think Syra Khan goes up a lot in Trio, especially when Caitlyn, Ezreal, Ashe are all out. These long-range AD carries that make laning phase for Syra Khan real difficult are out. So that is something I'm looking for MKOI. But KC is now
they're showing the Rel. They know that they're throwing them a little curveball here. Come on, hold my hand. I'm going to show you what you need to win this game. But it is rough, because now it's a new opportunity for them to just show that they do know what they need to do.
And you see the scouting from KC. They've banned Nocturne every single game.
Ooh,
a champion has been so good for all of MKOI, as now KC's went for TF first pick. I have to imagine that is a flex between Kana and Yehu.
Yeah.
Giving them some opinions, but that's not what I wanted to see. Alvaro, that's a Name.
No.
I don't like it. I mean, it's a strong lane once again. Like Supa and Alvaro, laning phase wise, has looked really good, and Korkiname is a very oppressive laning phase combination. But we need to see them draft a little bit stronger lanes now for Georgipun and Mirwin, because both Game 1 and Game 2, both Mirwin and Georgipun didn't really have huge impacts on their champions.
They're going for these execution-heavy team comps, and when you pick Korkiname, especially when they show you TF on first pick, it just further amplifies TF's strength, because right now when it comes to overall team comp, you still have the Yunara Lulu, which is very happy into this Korkiname. It will scale well.
Whoa.
That's a flex. Now they're gonna keep the Yasuo flex into the TF, no matter where the TF goes.
So hear me out. You have this Yasuo flex and you have last pick. My big question for this draft is, will the Yasuo find the TF? Because more often than not, it was Kana who was playing this TF. Now, I don't know if Merwin plays the Yasuo.
LEC Winter Finals 2024. He picked it against Broken Blade, and it was the only game they won in that series.
There you go. That's some
damn receipts. There we go.
Yeah.
But
what do you ban now?
So they're banning the Renekton because they want to, I guess, deny these really strong bruisers that make life hard for Yasuo when it dives into the team fights. Because realistically, you're looking to pick some kind of setup for the Yasuo on 4-5, either from your mid laner or your jungler now, or your top laner, depending on where the Yasuo goes. And when Yasuo goes in, he really doesn't like champions like Renekton, Olaf, things that just hit him when he goes deep.
Yeah, on the side of KC, they just see it. They want to take away these team fight enhancers, these champions that are able to start team fights. I'm thinking of champions like Lee Sin and Wukong, and was that the... Wait, that's not the Mr. Ban, never mind. I was looking at the completely wrong thing. But yeah, they want to take away this power from the Yasuo, because when you have a champion as polarizing as him, you want to make the whole team comp around them. So you have the Nami already, and I'm thinking that Wukong might be coming through later.
Yeah, I mean, I think important for MKOI is picking a jungler that can support their lanes. Like Korkiname wants to play really aggressive. Yasuo always wants to be able to fight. You cannot pick a selfish jungler here for MKOI. You need to pick some kind of facilitator. Now, Skarner is out. I'm not sure, like, Xinshao is an obvious option. It's still up and available. It's a small knockup for Yasuo. Malphite jungle could be something you could look for if you really want to as well. Has lost a little bit of its flavor in the meta, but you need some kind of setup or aid to this Yasuo so you can shine.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure they're going to pick the jungler here, because this flex will be going to the fifth pick. It will answer a lot of our questions. And the Wukong now, it does make sense with the Yasuo, but I do am concerned a little bit when it comes to the overall power, because I don't know if they're going to be having winning 2v2, because when you have this Yasuo, you want to make sure that any fight needs to happen around them, that any fight is winning, because he is the one who will win or lose you this game.
Yeah. I mean, especially you need to make sure Nami is included in this fight, because Wukong is not really strong until level 6. So those first 6 levels has to go really quite well for MKOI to allow them to set up their combination. Quite an obvious Xin Shao here, lock in for Yike, most
and
likely.
It's such a good pick.
It's really good with the Lulu, really easy to play into the Yasuo. There's no projectiles, you can just dash on the Yasuo and knock him up to kind of shut him down.
There's just so much disruption from the side of KC, even without seeing MKOI's last pick, what I do fear for MKOI, that they won't be able to find this sort of fight, just because you rely so much on Wukong by himself without any sort of aid from the support to find this snap engage, to find this incredible angle, and we already saw it in game 1. When Jojo had this responsibility, it just wasn't going to happen because KC and the cannon is coming through.
I mean, Dragon Stop, I think, is really good. Ni?
Okay,
is top lane Annie, I think, into the cannon.
That's wild. That's such a good matchup. I remember when I was at Worlds in, I think it was 2016 or so, I was playing against Looper, and the Annie was absolutely destroying me when I was playing cannon. When I was playing the Gnar, wait. Okay, the swaps will be coming through. I was getting excited for the cannon ADC right there.
We're playing ping pong right now in draft.
Okay, thoughts going into this game.
I mean, I'm really surprised that Annie ends up going mid. I thought it would be Annie top into cannon. It's actually something that Mirwin has played in the past, but Yasuo into cannon a little bit trickier than the TF. Yeah, that's what we expected.
Yeah, we want the Annie into the cannon. I feel like the cannon is going to be struggling this game, but the question will be about the Yasuo.
And so far, it has been the blue wall on top, 2-0 here in this series. Let's see if MKOI can make it happen. Let's see if this draft save their chances to make it to MSI.
Reverse sweep or going home in a 3-0 for KC. The grudge match, the revenge match. Kometo would have it in spades over Ibai. There would be no competition whatsoever. And for the first time ever, KC would be going to MSI. Reverse sweep, someone just made that sign because they had to edit it with how badly MKOI got stopped in the first 2 games.
And I mean, KOI are pulling out all the stops in this game number 3 draft. Yasuo for Jojo Pune. He hasn't had a good series thus far.
No.
And Yasuo is a champion. If you have a bad game, you have a very bad game. So we really need to see Jojo step up for KOI if they want to try to make this reverse sweep happen. And then we also have Mirwin on the Annie top, which you weren't surprised at all by, Vetty. I was kind of surprised.
So I just, in my mind, I'm like, yeah, that's a Mirwin pick. And yeah, I think it's good into Kennen? What? Brain. Kennen, yes. The reason why is Annie will outrange the Kennen, and it is just very difficult for the Kennen to really get good trades into Annie. And also Ignite.
Yeah.
So basically Mirwin, especially once he gets 6, will have real kill threat in this matchup. And so you look at his positioning in the wave right now. He's kind of standing in the midst of the melee minions, knowing that he can threaten the stun should Kana overextend. And this will be the first time in this series, I feel, that Mirwin actually has a matchup where he gets to play the lane.
Yeah, and I also think later on in team fights, Annie can just mark the cannon. So whenever the cannon wants to go for a flank, Annie just stuns him, one-shots him, or just zones him out of the fight that way. So it should be a lot harder for Kana to find some of those flanks that you otherwise would see on the cannon.
Now remember, Mirwin has only played 1 game ever in his competitive career, otherwise on this Annie top. It was against Kana, it was against Kana's Gnar, and it was a loss. So,
I think I remember that.
Built Rod of Ages, Rylai's last time around.
I think he was completely useless in that game.
I mean, yeah, look, we're going to have to
But I think in this game, he is set up for a lot more success, because when he was playing the Annie into the Gnar, it's very clear that eventually, once the Gnar gets MR, gets the Merc Treads, that it gets hard for the Annie to ever match him outside. But I don't think you really have that worry at all this game. Like, the cannon, if the cannon buys MR, the cannon is useless, right? He needs to continue buying damage to be useful in team fights. So I think Mirwin can have much more pressure in this game and later on as well.
Alvaro, first checking here, Kalist cancels his back, gets good trade down, Alvaro in trouble, flashes away, won't be matched by Kalist. They get the summoner out of the Nami, and Alvaro again here on this Enchanter. He's going to have to burn the summoner early.
Yeah, I mean, we've been looking for Alvaro to try to get some of these engaged champions that he's been so good on to try to bring this series back. Because I think it's been something that KOI's been missing, and especially the MKOI bot lane has been good, but they haven't had the impact needed to actually carry MKOI.
I mean, again, it feels like anyone you ask, and thanks to RFT.GG, that engage on Alvaro is just the way to find success. And here in this series, it has been Enchanter after Enchanter. And while he has been, I guess, more successful than some in the Enchanter meta, it's where he flourishes on things like the Nautilus, which we saw in the last week, that you get the best of Alvaro.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that the bot lane has kind of been the shining light of KOI so far in this series. Like, Super's been able to successfully be a threat in every single game. We'll see if he can emulate that performance again here in Game 3. But yeah, I mean, if they bring it back to a Game 4, eventually those engage supports are going to matter as Super goes for a fight.
Kalist's still going to take it, though. Alvaro just burned his flash, so he can't get caught napping. Kalist at half HP, and Super with an aggressive trade makes Kalist remember the damage.
Yeah, I love what you're saying, Betty, because it's not really, when we talk about Alvaro on the Enchanters versus the Engage, it's not about the laning phase. It's not that Alvaro can't play these range champs, but Jojo might be in trouble here.
Might indeed. Sweeping blade through. Yehu comes in, gets the stun with the gold card, knocked in the air. With wind becomes lightning. Gets a little bit of wind himself as Elyoya goes into clone, tries to find an angle, but it's a level 4 Wukong. And outside of the ignite coming through from Jojo and burning his flash, not much else will happen. In. Okay, never mind. Wukong anyway. Gold card and yeah, ambitious, but they do a bit of damage on Yike.
Yeah, they test the waters there. Looks like nothing will resolve as a result. Double flashes gone. Ignite used by Jojo. I just realized, double ignite. Wow, okay. So the side lanes are going to be challenging for KOI later on.
Yeah,
true.
They will likely be forced to overgroup unless they try and attack the side lanes, which is a strategy we've seen used against TF before. But for now, the first gank from Yike didn't result in a kill, which is a big difference from the first 2 games so far in this series.
True, this is an improvement. Jojo still hasn't died as well, so that makes it easier. And he does have a healthy CS lead up against the TF, but TF with the passive still has a slight gold lead for himself. But overall, it's certainly a better early game from MKOI than we've seen. Actually, I guess we saw a good early game, game 1. Early game 1 was a good early game. It's really been about the team fights, which if we were to bring it back to Alvaro, it's about the teamfight presence that he brings on these engage champs as Jojo is in trouble again.
No flash, sweeping blade going to get Jojo out, but 3 talent strike sends him in the air with a gold card layered and first blood. Give it over to Yehu. Just like that, Yike's there to punish.
So I feel like this is, it's just such an effective strategy against mid laners. They don't have flash, just gank. Like, what is the Yasuo going to do? The thing he has to hold on to his wind wall to be afraid of the stun. Ooh, polymorph.
Super in trouble, Valkyrie out.
Good trades, once again, from the KC bot lane.
Heal from Alvaro for that.
So, Yunara Lulu, they are 10 CSL.
Yeah.
That doesn't look ideal, Jack.
No. But it's not the end of the world. But it's also, yeah, it's not ideal. I mean, the thing with Yunara Lulu is in the longer extended all-ins, they're always going to be stronger than the Corki Nami. While Corki Nami really wants to just burst you down. And up until Corki gets some items, he doesn't quite have the damage, just the base damage, to actually win the trades. So I do think as Supa and Alvaro are able to pick up some items, it should get a little bit easier for them. But then on the cross side, you have the level 6 spike, which is quite a bit bigger for Kalist and Busio. And I've always been a bigger fan of the Yunara Lulu matchup between the two. I just think it scales more linearly. Like, it just doesn't feel like it has any real troughs or any real downtime. It's just always good in the game. But I feel like with Corki and Nami, you really need to have the right conditions, get a really good poke, maybe get a slight item advantage so you can get the Trinity Force early, or get the Muramana stacked faster. It feels like you need more things to go your way to really get that Corki online.
I feel like, again, Lulu's been in a great spot for a long time. Kind of think about slicing now, so I'm going to pull it out against Mew and stunned up, and Yike just flies in. 3 talent strike knockup, and the wind again. Yike is everywhere, and once again putting on a jungle show.
The timing was perfect there for Yike, because Kana throwing out his ultimate just as Mewen used his stun. He only got to 2 stacks.
Super doesn't have a big one anymore. Busio doesn't have the ulti, but MKOI aren't able to punish.
And this is double Ignite solo lanes from MKOI, who have both died now, which is a tragic start when you can clearly see that both of them had in mind that they wanted to try to bully in this early game, get a lead for themselves, really utilize this Ignite, because you're giving up a lot when you choose to not go for this teleport, like Vetty said earlier. The side lanes, especially the fact that they have the TF ult on top of the double TP, will be really, really difficult for MKOI to navigate in a normal macro situation.
So in terms of the game state, 8 minutes in, the game is already looking very good for KC.
Yep.
They've successfully found a kill onto the Annie. They've found a kill onto the Yasuo. The bot lane 2 versus 2 is going well, and Yike has been able to build an individual advantage. Even though everyone's kind of behind in farm on the side of KC, they're all ahead in gold. First Dragon has gone the way of Koi. We're likely going to see that early swap that we've been seeing a lot this series in order to contest the grubs. I look at the minimap and I actually see Yunara going back towards bot, so it's not going to be a super early swap at the very least. After Super will get the push, and it looks like Elyoya setting his sights on these early objectives for himself.
Yikes on the opposite side of the map would be spotted by a ward, and that'll keep Super safe. But again, MKOI find themselves in front of grubs with a bit of success. Little lands just to spot out as well. Alvaro responds with that trade as Jojo gets pushed in mid. So as grubs go down, notice that Yike is once again just opposite side of the map to where Elyoya is.
Yeah, we'll see if KC can try to get something on both side here. Maybe just a plate for Kalist. But a pretty good play by MKOI, just using Alvaro's move to get the grubs there and not really giving anything up in return. But it is just 3 grubs. They do also have the dragon, so objective-wise, it's still a good start for them, despite the fact that their lanes hasn't gone how they would have wanted it. But now Yike is looking for the invade.
Elyoya's going to come around the corner on a control ward. Aqua Prison doesn't find Yike as he runs out. Elyoya going to reclaim his Gromp, while also pings are going down that Jojo was on the move. So respect given over as KC also back off their bot lane.
Reminder to the viewers at home that in this series it is a qualification for MSI. G2 have already taken 1 spot, but it is between KC and Koi who will take the second. The winner of this series will also move on to face G2 tomorrow in the Spring Finals, which will be obviously for the Spring Championship, but also for that first seed spot at MSI, which just dodges the play-ins.
True.
Which, if I understand the format correctly, you want to dodge.
Yeah. There's 1 spot. One team in the world goes through play-ins.
Yeah, so it is it's a big deal. It is a very, very big deal winning Spring. So far, KC lead the series 2-0, and Koi looking, I wouldn't say dire straits just yet. They are behind.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned earlier, the lack of teleports does mean that Koi's side lane ability is going to be trepidatious, to say the least. As okay, a fight over the Raptors.
Yike is a level down, doesn't care. When comes lightning, tidal wave flash, and there it is. Last breath coming in from Jojo. Slicing Maelstrom though on everyone. Carter with the shotgun has changed the fight. He will go down, but yeah, who's there to match? What a slicing Maelstrom from that man!
Magically, it was a 2-for-2. What felt like a one-sided fight for KC ends up being an equal trade. Crazy skirmish, huge ultimate from Kana, but MKOI do fight back.
And Kana just slightly didn't have the damage to finish off all the targets. MKOI decided to go all in on Yike, but Yike has time to activate the ultimate of his own before he gets CC chain, and the huge slicing Maelstrom, but you see the low HP bars. Kana can't finish Mirwin, he can't finish Elyoya, and it's not until Ye who flashes in that he gets the double kill.
They're loving it. They're loving it. Niski Kameto are losing their mind.
You saw the moment they realized as well, wait, this isn't a stop.
But you know what I've also noticed is usually when Kennon's on the Rift, there is an exhaust. There's no exhaust for this Cannon, so Kana gets access to the fight, and the fight can be over.
Yeah, actually, I think exhaust for Yasuo is something very common. Okay, Buzio walks forward past the bubble. Now trading against Alvaro, which seems like a very even trade, but it's opening up for Yike to steal away this Gromp. Something that we've pretty consistently seen throughout the series is that utilization of pressure in order to put focus on these camps and steal them away from both sides. Yike gonna grab that one for himself as Elyoya gets back out onto the map with the Trinity Force.
In spawn zone. Trinity Force going to be enough. Elyoya is passing through mid. 2v2 is going to begin onto Super. Bit of damage down. Booster gives shielding, but it's not really enough. Super's going to clear the wave while Dragon's still being done. Jojo and Elyoya moving into position.
MKOI want to try to play for the Drake themselves, but they're going to have to fight for it if they want to.
True.
Elyoya is hesitating if he wants to start it or not here. He's waiting for the bot lane to get pushed, while KC want to streamline and just get this crab before MKOI's bot lane has to push.
Yeah, who? Ghosting. A little bit scared now. He's got a blue card. He can't stop that Cyclone. Presses Q for a bit of damage, and Yike just runs in. Crescent guard and a wild growth. Elyoya sends sky high. Tidal wave layering down. Yike's going to die to Jojo, though, who's just sitting there now with a last breath. Going through, finally. Running through everyone. Boots flushes. Jojo's there to match. The Yasuo unleashed. And while the focus was on Elyoya, Jojo kept sweeping the blade.
And MKOI find the fight. It looked dire in the beginning as Alvaro and Supa wasn't there. But Elyoya lives long enough to buy them time to actually play it out. I at first thought he was going in a bit too deep with the polymorph, with the CC, but he lives on 200 HP, sets up Jojo for the ultimate, and then Alvaro is there with the healing and the CC, and Supa comes in for the cleanup as well.
The arrival of Alvaro really was the difference maker. No involvement of Kalist meant that with the numbers, KOI find a much-needed fight. The early game was looking dire, but KOI now back. The gold gap has shrunk significantly. Blade of the Ruin King finished for Jojo. It is a huge item spike for the Yasuo, and he's very close to level 11 as well. So now the map will start to open up. Role quest completed. We find ourselves with a very even game state 14 minutes in.
And the first time, I think a positive KDA has been there. Super gonna have to Valkyrie away. Kalist doing a bit of damage now. I wanted to come back and say that for the first time in this series, we're upping Jojo. The first time here today, the Akali game 1 wasn't the best showing. He got bullied. Game 2, the Anivia got bullied again. Now there's 2v2. Speaker bullying onto Busio. Across the spot. Polymorph. So broken. Super about to die. Arclight of Ruin flash. No. A little bit to the left. Kalist flashed over the wall, but it meant the Arclight of Ruin was a touch off.
A trade of flashes. Heals used as well, but all summoners gone for the bottom lane of KOI. An individual misplay comes through that Kalist tries to pounce on. Doesn't quite come to fruition. Although you're now hovering the top side, looks like it's not going to result in a gank though.
Yeah, misaligned flash from Kalist there, not able to take down Supa. You can see how hard it is for Supa and Alvaro to play these extended fights. Once Busio gets that polymorph, they just completely lose the 2v2. While Supa has the idea of, I just want to poke them and then get out with the W. He gets polymorphed and then they can just run him down. Valkyrie, that's the W, Corey.
Yeah,
I was trying to think.
Okay. Look, I'm just in a state of awe because it looks like for MKOI, decent position here in this game. This series, we've had the first game where MKOI couldn't win the 5v5s, but this game...
I mean, still we need to see that it's about the team fights.
I know. Oh, and maybe about Elyoya not getting caught out. He's going to run away into the clone. Kana's just going to take this directional path and cut off any resistance here from MKOI's mid lane while Herald has just spawned. So you're not convinced yet?
I'm not convinced yet because it's really the later game team fights that I feel like KC has impressed me so much. While KOI has had great skirmishes throughout the series, it's been these slower, more tactical fights where I feel like the rest of KC has just played so much more coordinated and so much more patient than we've seen from MKOI.
Look at Kana finding the flank. No flash available onto Mew, and he used that in the top lane.
Way. And this time Kana again, but he found out no last breath. But Kana flashes in anyway again, slicing Maelstrom onto 2, means the bot lane of MKOI can't play, rather Jojo and Alvaro. But hang on a minute, hang on a minute. Even with Elyoya down and Alvaro down, I thought maybe there's a turn back. No, I was wrong. KC just found all angles of the fight.
And KC split them apart time and time again. You see it happening so often. This is how they out-team fight MKOI. They don't give them that great wombo combo, that Yasuo ultimate. They just make them and pick them off one at a time. But Jojo wants to go for the play.
Right, he's going to find the solo kill just about. Busio can't save him. Jojo's on a killing spree, and then finally was that ulti.
KOI gets something back, but we look at the team fight and you can see KOI being shepherded. The flank comes through, but the ulti, no vision, means that the Yasuo can't connect his ult. The Wukong goes in very deep, but he can't really threaten Kalist. The coordination from KOI, they don't know which side of the fight to focus on, and KC take advantage.
And I feel like I gave a lot of props to KC in this fight, but watching it back, it feels like mostly a huge mistake from Elyoya. They seem to know that Kana was flanking around due to the Yasuo tornado and everything. If they just turned on him as a 5-man, they usually could have one-shot Kana and then played the fight after. But you see these moments of going too deep from Elyoya this series that is costing them so much.
I think it's indecisiveness, to be honest with you. He saw an angle to get an engage, setting up for the Yasuo, and if they'd had a ward in that brush behind them, I imagine Jojo would have immediately ulted onto Kana.
Yeah.
That would have been the focus. They would have turned their attention onto him, cut off that flank. But they did get the flash out from Kana. Having cast Auto Omni for many years.
All in, Transcendence, Alvaro in trouble. Kana comes in with the Protobelt as well. Tidal Wave saves the life of Alvaro, but mid-turret still under threat. Herald's going to charge. And with that open, we're back to 2,000 gold in the lead for KC. Mid-open, and another bit of movement here to the bottom side, while 2-for-1 special. Yahoo opens up bot.
Yeah, the only point I wanted to make was flash on Kennen, very important.
Yeah.
It is a key part of what makes the champion good. It gives you so much backline threat. The Rocket Belt adds that extra bit of mobility, but really the flash is such a key difference maker in your ability to find those engagements.
And jumping on that, it's now the third dragon. MKOI has full control because KC based very late to make this mid play. I think KOI can just rush this down and put themselves at soul point.
Okay, that's big. It's Chemtech Soul, but you'll take it. I mean, position of power for MKOI. I will say the trade-off is more gold here for the Kennen up in the top lane. So, will it be enough? And my question wants to be optimistic because I want to see more games in the series. KC with a gold lead and a firm handle on a 2-item Kennen, which I think he's going to come back with Shadow Flame about now.
I mean, if it was a different soul, I would say this is very scary for KC. If this was a Hextech Soul, Infernal Soul, but the Chemtech Soul, especially when MKOI's comp is so squishy, has very little value. It can help the Wukong and the Yasuo in some fights later on, but for the rest of the lineup, it's really not going to do too much for them.
Okay. Let's find out the use case. 4 minutes and a half to find out if MKOI have any bonus points for getting to Soul this early on. 35 seconds also. Super. Is he caught out? Not just yet. Hang on, Destiny. Good Aqua Prison from Alvaro. Pixel perfect there from Yehu's teleport.
So now MKOI get to push out both side lanes here, and they get some time to breathe, and Mirwin will have a window of opportunity where he can use his top push to get a move towards mid if he wants to try to go for a flash proto belt. But you can see how defensively Mirwin has to take this pathing. Like, even though he pushed the wave all the way deep in topside, he still had to be super scared of entering his own jungle due to how constrained the vision of MKOI has been and how dark the map is.
Speaking of, Kana with an angle for the mid push here. 3 members of MKOI. Delightful with the ward clearing out. Kana's timing could not be better. This is the death knell. Slicing Maelstrom flushed away from the Mirwin. Even as he burns his own, it's not over. I thought Kana was going to seal the deal, but everyone from MKOI gets out. Only burning 2 flashes out of potential 3.
Elyoya was eyeing up a re-engage, but they decide against it. A very scary situation for KOI to find themselves in, but they survived the play. The flash is gone from Kana. Jojo gets the bot tower, and MKOI live to fight another day.
I'm surprised. I thought with that Kana flank, it would result in at least 2-3 deaths from MKOI, but Kana doesn't quite have the damage on his own.
I wonder if he had Shadow Flame here, it'd be a different story.
I mean, it's a W from Super, it's a flash from Alvaro, and then a late flash from Mirwin that gets him away to safety. But that ulti from Alvaro, I think, was the difference maker. There was no reliable follow-up. They got all CC'd by the tidal wave.
Yeah.
And so KOI was able to buy time.
There we go, yeah. Face checking. Gold card going to be found out on the real Wukong. AP took the fate mid, remember. So with Lich Bane, Rapid Fire Cannon, and a Rod of Ages, yeah, who does serious damage. Aqua Prison going to be avoided. All about this Scuttlecraft for now. Jojo getting into position. Sweeping blade gets a flash out. Last breath. Not there just yet. Looking for a target. Mirwin comes in with Pivots. Gets a stun down onto Kalez. He's caught out. Super gets in range and nails him down from afar. MKOI find one, and Baron now the thought process.
I was going to say, yeah, I completely agree, Sterix. Could that be a Baron angle? They've got a Yasuo on the board.
Did at least.
They have Tibbers as well if they want extra tanking.
Super.
They got deep.
Valkyrie's in into Yahoo. Good kiting away. Exhausted down is Jojo. Polyball maybe too far. Tidal Wave is saving the play. Crescent Guard from Yike though sends MKOI to the hell. They're away. They're gone for now. Yike again for an angle. MKOI almost overstay as Kana looks for plating in the bottom side.
MKOI, they don't think they can go for the Nash. They want to try to make a mid play, but it's a little bit indecisive. The rest of the team was not prepared to try to go to Yahoo, so they were not able to take him down. And even though they get a great pick onto Kalist, it doesn't really convert into much. It's only going to be a little bit of gold for them. As we see here, Mirwin finds a really good Tibbers onto Kalist, and Kalist holds his flash for a long time, which allows them to just one-shot him. But in the end, it is flash burn from Kalist and flash burn from Yehu, but not much else.
The gold is minimized. And Soul we're still talking about. Now, whether that moves us to an early Elder, and that could be beneficial or worse, MKOI will find out later, I'm sure. But a minute until we have to question that possibility. Third item for Kalist. Where are we at? BF Sword, Cloak of Agility. I'm seeing Super quite a bit behind there in regards to that, but I wonder if he's got gold to base on. For now, bases have to come through soon, because 45 seconds of the Drake, it looks obvious that MKOI are trying to find a pick before set objective.
KC don't want to give this.
Yeah, the main fight is over the mid wave, and it's Koi that have the pressure for now.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is going to work, though. They are respecting it, KC.
Well, they want to warp. Maybe it will. Cyclones early, though. Wild Growth, Tidal Wave might save the play, but it won't save Elyoya. He wasn't on top of everyone. And now, Yehu has a gold card at the ready on to Alvaro. Wind becomes lightning. A Windwall to save the day, but the Arclight are ruined. And a Glitterland slowed down, knocked up. Big mistake from MKOI. KC take them down. And with one whip, the captain of Spain is gone.
And the captain goes down with his ship. It's a huge mistake from Elyoya. He overforces, and KC, they pounce on the opportunity. They're gonna get the Drake, and you have to feel they're gonna get the Nash as well.
KC holds steadfast. The engage comes through from Elyoya. The knockup just doesn't happen. There's no Yasuo follow-up. The knockback from Yike is good. Polymorph into stun, into damage. KC take Elyoya out of the fight, and then it's simply a chase down.
And did you see Buzio had lens up? He could see the Wukong coming in, so his timing could not be better. Expecting a flank, it really made the play. LZ is pissed. He's a bit annoyed. The whole MKOI camp, a little bit stressed right now.
I mean, I understand him. It's a big overforce from Elyoya when you already have gotten that mid push in. You can just rotate to the dragon and wait for them to face check you.
Exactly. You make it harder for them to do their job, right? Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's kind of been the story of the series for MKOI. Overforcing, silly mistakes, and KC have continued to demonstrate their strong team fighting capabilities. Exactly. Now, with the gold lead that they have, they are looking for a pick.
Jojo's found out this is an easy stun. Slicing Maelstrom comes in, even though it's only a one-man. Jojo last breath, gonna try and take cover, but he goes golden. Wildcard saves his life, Tidal Wave, almost he flashes into it, they're trying to kill him. Wukong clone this time, sets up nicely, but Yike just re-initiates. He's got the Crescent Guard up, and he's taking no damage. A double kill over. KC once again, no MKOI, a force with their backs against the wall.
KC keep their top laner alive, take out the mid laner, take out the jungler, and now the Baron is served on a silver platter. It's only Super and Mirwin left to stop the Baron going down.
Mirwin has flash, he has the ulti. He needs to make a miracle happen for MKOI here.
Gold card though. Yehu saved out with the bell. There's no stun for Mirwin. He's just used it. Yehu with the chase up. The gold card incoming. Kana will chase him while Baron will go down. And MKOI's chances in this series, much like the Baron, are dying fast.
Things are falling apart. KC look to collapse onto Jojo. Jojo tries his best to outplay the situation, and he comes so close to getting that kill. But Buzio, with the ult, keeps Kana alive. Great play from Jojo, does everything that he can, but then this is where KOI feel like, hey, we need to get something back. We've got to overforce. A good flash from Kana, the rocket belt, and now they're too deep. The gold card once again seals Elyoya's demise, and KC secure the Baron, secure the fight, and they're looking to make this a 3-0 clean sweep.
No one had this on the bingo card. It's the first time ever a BO5 between these two would end in 3.
I think you see the desperation from Elyoya there in that play. He's not willing to accept that Jojo just dies.
Good damage, Wild Growth is being drawn out. Super once again in another game is still a threat despite being 3,000 gold down in this specific one.
They need to find a huge play at this point. 9,000 gold lead for KC. I think a straight 5v5 is no longer feasible. It needs to be some sort of pick or one shot, which should be doable with the Annie. She has the flash, has the proto belt. I think that's really what they need to look for here if they're to come back in this game.
Yeah, coordination planning. These are all things that we've said about KOI and is what made them so successful in the past. And it feels like the series that we just haven't seen it. If they can find that combo, that fight, then there's a world where they can turn this game around. But KC, they're demonstrating their discipline. They're demonstrating their individual capabilities. And things are looking grim here for the KOI squad.
From start to finish, this is the kind of KC that maybe chase down G2, maybe keep it back-to-back spring finals where no matter the versus that G2 struggle to face off. Last spring was MKOI 3-1. This time around, it could be KC. It's looking more than likely 50 seconds till the next straight. MKOI not getting anywhere near that. 9,000 gold down. How the hell do you deflect the rest of this Baron push that has 40 seconds to go?
I think Mirwin needs to find an angle here while they're trying to siege. This could be where KC overstep. It looks difficult. They might just have to give the mid a nip.
They need the Yasuo, I feel. He's come back.
Are they paranoid about a fight?
Maybe. There's pings missing this.
Yeah, look, you can see the pings in the mid wave. There's question mark pings behind them. They're very paranoid about a nanny coming up from behind. They are respecting it as much as possible. They ping out the control that they do have in the river. They haven't seen anyone go behind them yet. There's the Wukong now spotted. Very cautious play here from KC.
Which again lends itself to the fact that KC here today haven't made many missteps in terms of running into MKOI. Dragon's going to be started and taken. The objective taken as we expected. We waited out for the next potential Baron. The next Dragon maybe. I mean, it's time on MKOI's side. It really has to be asked. Yasuo does have IE.
Yeah, I think at this point, when you are 10,000 gold down nearly, time is always on your side, because the longer the game goes, just the less that gold lead actually matters. But KC, they don't want to give them time. They're looking
low already. This Yasuo in trouble. Tidal Wave has to be used. Looking at Kana again, he's been pinged out, but he's angled perfect to end the series, to go to their first MSI as KC. Kana's going to come in. He only slicing Maelstrom's one, though. He's going to go golden, but he's done the job against Mirwin. Yike will finish it off as Kana gets blocked by a bear, but Mirwin is not escaping the play. Meanwhile, Jojo flashes, but Kalisz will take that 1v1. MKOI routed, thwarted once again. There's no play here that would look good, no matter how split up KC were. The Super tries to fire back. Yike awaits. MKOI are used to feeling this out in 5, but KC are going to take it down in 3.
The rivalry is reduced to a show match as KC make fun of KOI in this series. 17-8 the kill score, a 10k gold lead. 4 members fall. Kill after kill, fight after fight, KC simply dominate their opposition.
MKOI will get one more opportunity in this series. One more fight.
One more.
And they need to make it count. It's nearly 12,000 gold. We'll watch this fight back, and it's always KC in the driver's seat. Jojo pushed up a little bit too far, and Yehu decides he wants to keep this fight going no matter what. Flashes over the wall, dodges the Nami bubble, and they continue to chase them down while Elyoya does a great flash engage. They're not able to follow up on it, and Kalisz flashes nicely as well, and then the fight just turns into a bit of a mess.
MKOI have just struggled to get the combo that they are looking for. The knockup combo just doesn't happen, and
found Destiny on the bear as well, slicing Maelstrom, an easy kill. Mirwin dead again. The Annie top yet again reduced to rubble, just like it was last time.
Another pick secured. KC know that the Baron is spawning in 25 seconds, but they might not even need it. Will they push off the waves? They've got the wave in bot, they've got the wave in mid. Perhaps Super's wave clear is enough as the jungle is ravaged and the camps are taken away from MKOI.
They're delaying the inevitable, though. It's going to be Nash going over to KC. I don't think MKOI has any way to contest it. They need to try, if they were to try, they need to stall for Mirwin. Has to TP when he spawns. But KC still have full control here, and with Yehu with the stun card, it's so difficult to try to face check for MKOI. I think they're going to have to give the Nash and try to hope for a miracle play when KC is sieging.
Yeah, this is their best bet, really.
But can they get even near? No,
they can't contest it. You have to try and hope that KC will blunder with the Baron, basically, that they overextend, similar to what we saw in game 1 with the Nico play underneath the tower. That's the type of fight that they need, where they can But even if they win that fight, they're basically just delaying.
They are.
They're stalling.
Need about 5 of them, apparently.
If they fight in a minute's time, it could be Seoul. Okay, this is like, we're going kind of deep in the copium route here, but
we have to.
You know, if they get a good fight going in a minute's time and that turns into Seoul, then you have a real win con. But
love it. He's stretching it. I love it.
It's really going to be a big mistake from KC. Even if Koi at this point play perfectly, as long as KC doesn't give them an avenue, it's KC that always wins this game.
Well, let's watch the final steps at the very least. KC moments away as they push in top. Their first ever MSI, their second ever international. It would be such a big step to secure MSI and then G2 for tomorrow. With this roster as well. Yehu, the addition. Busio, I'm not going to say upgrade, but obviously best support in the West, people have said. Alongside Callistus, the siege begins. Here we go, Super! Hit once, run! He's going to go back to base. Turret's now open with the cannon minion firing away. Midwave also in a bit of trouble. Baron is doing the work, and KC haven't burned a sweat.
KC are taking their time, they're using their range, they're chipping away as Koi just don't have the wave clear, waiting for the minions to do their job. And Callist with the damage that he has, if you step too close, it will melt your HP bar. Yehu gonna use the ghost, threatening the gold card.
MKOI under this turret, if it falls down, there's nothing to save them. Kana now threatens a Nexus turret. Jojo has to go and help. Double cannon minion, he'll sweeping blade towards it to stop it. MKOI have to kind of send it, but KC are not giving them the chance. Wow. There's another free dragon going to be taken.
KC are playing extremely patient.
Yeah.
I would say almost too patient. They have to be
gold.
They have to be a little cautious, just because like it's only 34 minutes in. Obviously, they're still very much favored to win this game, but the more opportunities, more time you give to Koi, the more chances that they get given ultimately to try and turn the game around.
Yeah, they definitely could have went for the top inhib, but they just recognized that if something goes wrong there, if they get really chunked, then it could be the soul for MKOI, which they wanted to avoid at all costs. It does mean, though, that even though KC had a 13,000 gold lead, with their Baron Nash power play, all they got was a mid inhib, which is the least valuable of the inhibs, and a Chemtech Dragon that isn't sold for them. So all in all, a good outcome in a bad situation for MKOI.
I am proud of you, Jack. You're really giving us some kind of hope of what can be. Jojo's going to take a turret. There you go. A little bit more for you as well.
Objective bounty.
That's an objective bounty.
Yeah.
Big. I mean, gold's 12.3k now rather than 13.
Yeah. He slims that gold lead down to only a 12k.
And getting out of your base at a 13k gold disadvantage is pretty big.
I mean, GA for Jojo as well. That's a big pickup.
Okay. Fede, you want to cope anywhere? Or?
I mean, yes.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah, I mean, if KC don't end the game, Koi can still win the game.
Oh. Wow.
And right now, I personally think they're just playing a little too scared. Now I think that their fear is appropriate. When I look at that Corky's items, I would not underestimate it.
Okay.
It only takes a single, I mean, do you remember that Callist W into one too many people?
Oh, yes, I do.
It only takes one dash from a Yunara, you know, to...
He did Valkyrie W into Annie, and there is an Annie on MKOI's side.
So, you know, it's always possible to throw games.
So done from MKOI. Destiny was used, and they all huddled up together, giving no angle here for Kana. Yehu, excuse me. Elyoy thinking about going in with a clone. Jojo as well, sweeping blade in. He's jumping in. He's got no choice. He's got GA. Gets the flash out of Callist. Tidal wave though. Jojo's going to ulti back in with the wild growth though. Callist is unmatched, unstoppable. He just won't die. Look at the damage. They're trying to send it for the French AD carry. They've got a grudge, but they just can't kill him. Everyone falls from MKOI as the bragging rights for Komedo reach peak.
And Callist will not repeat the same mistakes he did against Na'Vi. He kites it back. He respects the engage, and he shuts down MKOI.
It's revenge for last spring, but without breaking a sweat in a 3-0 with the first MSI. Locked in for KC. Doing it versus Spain makes it all the more richer as KC paints the league blue, locking in spring finals versus G2.
A strong 3-0 performance against Koi. KC came and delivered today. They will get their LEC versus finals rematch they will have another opportunity to fight G2, and they will secure a spot at MSI.
And KC, yeah, they showed their dominance in this series. As you can vote for your player of the series, Kana, Yike, or Yahoo. The top side of KC showed up tremendously today, and the team fighting from KC was really the difference maker in this best of 5.
I was really impressed with Yahoo in this series. I genuinely thought that Jojo would have such an advantage based on what we've seen so far this split.
Oh, yeah.
But Yahoo absolutely delivered in every single game. He stepped up to the plate. He clearly learnt from the last time that they played against KOI. And it was really impressive to see. KOI are going to be nothing but frustrated with this performance. We know that they had so much more to show, but at the final hurdle, they couldn't deliver.
KC just sent them to a 2-month holiday. Disappointment for the fans as well, who came out in force. But especially after their performance against G2, it looks so promising. But whatever KC's prep was from last week's Giant X to now MKOI has to be studied, because that was just clean League of Legends without many mistakes whatsoever.
And I was surprised at Kalista and Busio's confidence going into this weekend when we had them on the podcast, but it clearly seems warranted.
They were right.
Yeah.
They were right.
Tactics. The tactics that they showed in this series and their team fight prowess, I think you could definitely see that no matter how the game played out, it was very clear that all 5 members of KC felt very comfortable and confident, as none of them made the mistakes that MKOI made in the later game team fights.
No, not at all. It was always those hands, Diff. It was such a clean day, a 3-0. As Shox Yahoo and Reaper are standing by to break it down.
Yes, indeed. Yahoo and Reaper after 3-0 for KC. Which means also, congratulations, you're going to MSI. You're going to the finals tomorrow. Let's go. You can put it down if you want or whatever. Yahoo, I'll go to you first. Yeah, tell me about the happiness about qualifying for MSI with your team.
I'm happy. Yeah.
Reaper, how proud are you about how they got to MSI today? Because with how close this rivalry has been, I don't think many people had a 3-0 on their mind.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we slumped on the last week of the regular season, and then we got slapped by G2. I'm very proud that my boys are step up and then improving, show how we play and what's the level, and we are deserved to be there, you know?
You absolutely deserve to be at MSI. Yahoo, tell me about this series, because in Madrid we saw the Akali from Jojo got 5 solo kills. Now you stomped him. What do you think about your series overall?
Before Madrid, I mean, when we Madrid, I missed the rune. I mean, I need to bring area, but like new rune.
Yeah, here the Deathfire Touch instead of the
Oh, that's it. Of course, it's the rune. It wasn't anything else, right? Yeah, okay. But how did you feel about playing Jojo today?
Jojo, I think Jojo is a good player, and it's fun, so fun. Yeah.
I bet he's really fun. Reaper, as you're going up against G2 tomorrow now, in LEC Versus, this was one of the best matches we've ever seen, and you were so close. How are you going to make up that extra percentage tomorrow?
Well, I mean, I think we already made extra percentages to by practicing, and then we found a way to improving ourselves, so that we are very confident that we are already have that extra percentages to meet G2 again.
Okay, Yahoo, how do you feel about G2 tomorrow? You can take your revenge for the Versus finals.
We are so improving now, and we will beat G2.
Okay, let's go! Love to hear it. Also, Kameto is right there. He's watching. Did you feel some extra stress today? Do you want to say something to the big boss?
Well, I mean, big boss, no stress. I got you.
He's got him, and he's got him tomorrow as well. Guys, one more time for Yahoo and Reaper and KC, who's going to MSI.
Yay! We now have the second team who will be representing the LEC alongside G2 at MSI. I gotta say, before we get into anything, first things first, Yai, congratulations. Thank you for joining us. I just love the energy from your mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, I love it too. It's so nice to have you. Like, he's an amazing person.
Yeah, it must feel better when he picks the right runes as well.
What did you say, sorry?
Must feel better when he picks the right runes
Yes,
as well.
I mean, he was complaining a lot after that game we lost in Madrid. He was like, I only lost because of I didn't go area, right? Because he just lost, like, he lost lane because of the rune, right?
He did.
Otherwise, he would have won, which he did today, so he proved it.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought usually that's scope when someone says he loses just because of a bad rune, but what happened today? What happened to all of you? Because I believed in you. I believed you were going to win. The trio surprised me, but what surprised me even more was how can you guys team fight so well? It really, I was just getting mind blown 24/7. Every single team fight, I was watching it and I'm like, I can't believe they're doing this. What happened?
Yeah, I mean...
Did you feel it in game? There's just one of those moments where you're just locked in and enemy can't do anything.
I mean, I felt it, especially like game 2, like the way we could see how they were like a bit more stressed. They just grouped us 5, went 5 all the time, and we knew how we wanted to play. We were more calm, I think, and we wanted to play just more wide and just a lot of angles, right? And I think that's what makes us team fight better than them today, at least.
Yeah, because a lot of the times it felt like they have a front-to-back team fight, and in LEC everyone just wants to go for front-to-back, but you guys were flanking with Casio in game 2, you picked the cannon in game 3, and everyone's just locked in. It really felt like no one was just making any mistake, and the coordination was just there.
Yeah, I feel like we were locked in today. We were really locked in. We really wanted the MSI spot, so I'm happy that we deserve it, you know?
I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's one thing to want it. It's another thing to manage the pressure, especially in circumstances like this, because you got them in Madrid. They got you last year when it mattered. So tell me about maybe the mental aspect of getting that locked-in attitude that you guys had today and preparation getting into this.
Yeah, for sure. It was mentally gonna be like it's a big day, right?
Yeah.
Today, both teams want to go MSI. Last year, we missed out because of them, and we missed out on a game 5 as well. So it's like the worst feeling of missing out on MSI. So today, I think we just came in like we did a lot of like research and a lot of scouting on them. We knew how they want to play, and I feel like we figured out like the way this team play, right? So I feel like that's probably what made it so easy for us.
Did you guys prep? How did Busya say? Because we had him, I talked to him last week.
Tactics and strategy.
Okay, so he was telling us a lot about that, but is he the same with you guys?
Yes.
Oh, really?
He knows the tactics. He's just a tactic guy, and for him, I cannot say any tactics because that's what he asked for. I can't give any tactics out.
But do you even understand him what he says? Because he explained to me for an hour what tactics mean, and I still don't understand. But do you guys understand?
Kinda. Kinda.
And they had 6 months with him, and they're only there.
Sometimes you just don't say anything. You just get along.
Yeah, it's a vibe.
Yeah, and
It's a vibe.
you just vibe. You just vibe. And it worked today. Something else that worked is you winning so cleanly with your parents being here.
Yes.
Lucky charm?
It is. Like every time they've been in the studio, I've been winning. They were like sadly in like Madrid and Barcelona. They were also there, but I was losing those.
Oh, no.
But in the studio, I think I have 100% win rate with them here. So going into the finals tomorrow, it's gonna be good luck charm for me for sure.
Amazing. Shout out to Yikes parents. Oh, it's amazing having you guys here at the studio. Yay. I love supporting parents. Yeah, it's super wholesome. Are they going to be here tomorrow as well? Yeah?
Yes, they
Okay,
are.
good. Because, yeah, you're making it back to internationals. Actually, we have some stats about you at internationals, and I feel like you made it usually with G2. With KC, not so much. You made it to first time last year, of course, and Worlds with G2 as well. What do you think is different with this roster this year, this KC roster, with the improvements that you made? Now that you're actually going to compete again there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm finally going to MSI, right? I was like really sad missing out on both MSI and Worlds last year because I was like very used to going there, so it felt very, very bad. But yeah, this roster, I see so much potential. Like the way we play team fights, the way we play the map, the way we communicate with each other and give feedback is like so good. So yeah, it's just great to see like already, like after these like 6 months we play together, that we are really keep working hard and we're still getting better by every day.
What impresses you the most with KC right now? I'm curious, as they're gonna head in finals again. This is G2
I mean,
once again.
Where can I start? Honestly, just skirmishing. I feel like just the way you guys started skirmishing, especially today, because you showed a little bit of it last week. I mean, they showed a little bit last week, but just today was on a completely different level. I felt like you guys were making team comms that don't work or shouldn't work, and it was just overall impressive. I don't know, it really felt like this was the one day where KC reached a new level, and I just want to see it again tomorrow because I really want to be excited again because I've been excited for KC for a long time, and you guys disappointed me many times. But after today, I'm fully on the hype train.
I want to quickly follow up on this draft aspect because they had strong views on the draft, but I feel like sometimes we see things from the outside, picks versus pick, composition versus composition, but obviously we see things that you guys don't. So do you feel like you're making things hard for yourself sometimes still?
I mean, I don't really, like, when we go after the games, we don't really talk about, like, the drafts. For me, it felt like fine, you know? Maybe from the outside, people were, like, claiming the drafts. I have no idea, but I like the drafts. Like, obviously, it's probably harder for us to play these drafts than for them. Like, they for sure have easier drafts where just they group together, they team fight, they have good team fight comp. But we're also very comfortable in these kind of drafts where we play more like open space. We go around and we try to find like flanks and angles. And I think we are very, very good at finding angles at this point. Yeah.
Someone who found great angles today was Kana. Holy gap in the top lane. Honestly, he's the key player of the series here today. You were mind blown the whole day, Odo.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't find an angle. He found the whole street because those two games. I don't really care about the Kennen game because sure he did the job. He found the flash ults and all of this stuff. But those two first games, I felt like if he didn't have this big of a gap, 5k gold up in both of them, KC most likely wouldn't have won.
Feels good to have Kana as a top laner, I guess.
I mean, it's amazing to have Kana. He's like so good, so reliable. He said today he was going to carry, and he did, so I'm just proud of him.
Did you feel this rise in his level? Because I felt like for a little while this split, I think up until 2 weeks ago, he was kind of maybe finding himself again, finding what champions work in the meta and all of this stuff, because yeah, something I felt like clicked within him around 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, we have had some like up and downs as a team as well, but also him personally. Like we had some like rough games, especially in Madrid, right? So I don't really blame him for that. I think it's just like a team thing, the way we play together, the way we draft and all of that. So I don't blame him for that, but overall, I think Kana is just very stable, very good all the time. Like I think last year he was like my MVP of the year, for example. So yeah.
He is, and that's something that you're going to need tomorrow. You're going to need to be all on the same page tomorrow against G2 because we saw how things ended last time. 5 games, bangers, honestly, that we had in Spain, but it came down to small details. So what were the learnings from that series that you lost in the end, again on small details, making sure that it's not going to happen tomorrow? How different of a team are you now?
Yeah, I mean, we've been losing recently to G2 like a while, but I feel like we've been rewatching them and we've been trying to learn like as much as we can. And we know also, the same way we know like how KOI plays, we also know how G2 wants to play and how they want to play the map. We also saw the G2 KOI match. It was like so close, but KOI could have like even won against G2, right? So we know both of them are kind of, even like in some parts, they're in the same level. So I think if we come up with this, like the right mind, we go on the same boat, then we're gonna beat them.
Okay, so playing G2, you did the quote, of course, around a week ago, the Skewmond one.
Yeah.
Now I'm starting to believe in it because the first time you said it, I wasn't really believing it. But do you feel like this is the rivalry that you're having? Is he the one player now that you really, really want to beat? Because I felt like in the past it was Elyoya when you were on G2, but now I feel like you are locked in on Skewmond.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, the past years, it was mostly me against Elyoya most of the time, and like Razork as well. But now it's different, right? Now there's Skewmond. He's been winning the last like 2 splits, and I want to beat him, right? I want to win the split again. Yes, I want to show what I did in winter last year, and I want to do the same.
What is unique about Skewmond as a jungler, would you say?
I think the biggest thing for him is that he's so consistent. He's never falling behind. He always knows how to stay like in a good state of the game, and he knows like where he wants to be on the map. Like I feel like he's just very smart about the game and about the map and how to be like consistent. Yeah.
All right. I think it's going to come down to jungle again tomorrow. A lot of things, but that's what I'm going to be looking at.
Yeah. It is the jungle, I feel like, because for both of these teams, I feel like, yeah, you're doing an incredible work for KC. You're the one who glues everyone together, and I feel like you're also finding your way to just have individual impact, where it's not really about the lanes. But I feel like for G2, even more than for you guys, I feel like it's just Skewmond. If Skewmond falls behind, which he doesn't because you said he's so damn consistent, it just comes down to that. Well, now, actually, with Kana being back to his MVP form, I feel like there might be a new canyon maybe in the top lane tomorrow.
I'm excited. I'm so excited. Yak, thank you so much for joining us today. Best of luck tomorrow against G2. Thank you to the fans, of course, who've been amazing, and the Las Carpas who were with us also again here today. That's all for us here on this side of the Riot Games Arena. Tomorrow, grand finals for spring. G2 versus Karmine Corp. Ready check is moving at 4 p.m. CST. Game start at 5 p.m. CST. And we're going to have LCS live a bit later at 10 p.m. CST with Team Liquid, Alienware versus FlyQuest. West. But that's all for us here, back in Europe and LEC tomorrow. Until then, be nice to each other, take care, and bye-bye.
I'm going on Nico. Go Nico.
3v3.
Is it stand, Javi? No flash, I scan. No flash, we win this.
I'm marking.
I W3, okay? I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
W1. I can W also.
Orna's never there. Kobe?
It's good. I'm calling on flash. It's good. It's good. There carries 1 HP. Hey, you ready to king?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Nice. Help.
Yeah. Help.
Help me. Go kill.
Go Elder into him.
Go back.
Yeah, go back. Free range, flashing in, getting those noxious blasts into Twin Fang. MKOI first to go. Into the egg is Jojo. Went in too close again.
Lucian.
Just 1 HP.
Lucian.
Yeah.
Ace first. W2.
Cash no flash.
I got Emilio.
Cash.
Chase down onto Khalid.
Oh, and Super now in trouble as well. Noxious blast connect. Twin Fang and petrifying game.
6K. Can you look now, guy?
Yeah, I'm looking Ash.
It's dead. Don't push any back.
Yes.
I saw bolt. Nice. Go back.
Come here, Super. Oh, come here. 2 seconds.
No flash. No.
Just stand there. Okay, I rotate. Kill him. One more.
It's okay, a fight over the ground.
Dice is level down, doesn't care. When he comes lightning tidal wave flash, and there it is. Last breath coming in from Jojo. Slicing Maelstrom though on everyone. Carter with the shock and awe has changed the fight. He will go down, but yeah, who's there to match?
I got you.
Bomba, bro! Let's Khalid! Khalid! Let's go! Korea! My home! Holy shit!
G2, the perfect teammate! They take it all! Koreans just know how to blow G2 apart! He runs in there with just one, he kills it! Oh my god! Claps! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got